Hi everyone, my name's Chris and I'm here today to talk to you about Jamstack. If you don't know me already, I'm a developer at SimpleLabs. You can always find me on Discord or on Twitter, and if you say anything Jamstack related on the Ember community Discord, I'll probably pop up and want to join in the conversation. As I said, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Jamstack. And I'll give you a bit of history about where Jamstack comes from, what it means, and then I'll go into a little bit of detail about Ember's position in the Jamstack revolution. And a little bit, just a tiny bit, on why Ember Octane is potentially a really unique selling point for us compared to some of the other Jamstack offerings out there at the moment. I'll go into a few projects in Ember that are using Jamstack and hopefully show you how you might get involved or get started if you wanted to, if you're interested. So now it's time to get started, but before I do, a little bit of a issue when talking about Jamstack related things is that you say jam a lot during the talks. So I am going to, if anybody wants to give me an estimate of how many times I've actually said jam today in this talk, if you tweet me with your guess, I will send the person who's closest a piece of swag or something Ember related. So tweet me at Real8 if you want to participate, if you want to guess. And now let's get started. So I'll start with where jam comes from. So what actually is Jamstack? This quote here is actually taken from jamstack.org, so hopefully it's a good definition. It's actually been updated recently in the last kind of 2 or 3 months, so it's actually much easier to understand now, but I'll read it out just so we can experience it together. Jamstack is fast and secure sites and apps delivered by pre-rendering files and serving them directly from a CDN, removing the requirement to manage or run web servers. Okay, interesting, good definition. It's interesting though that it doesn't say anything about jam. The old definition did say jam and what that actually stood for, so let's bring that up now. So JAM stands for JavaScript, APIs and markup. Okay? Pretty clear, self-evident? No? Okay, I don't think so anyway. This doesn't give me a feeling that I know what Jamstack actually means from just looking at these two things. So let's dig into a bit more of the history of it and see if we can understand it a bit better. Jamstack is a marketing phrase 100% created by Netlify. Okay, some of you might have already known this. Some of you probably see this for the first time today. I don't mind. I don't think this is a bad thing. The only thing that it makes me think of is respect Netlify. They have gotten so many people to talk about Jamstack, to give presentations about Jamstack, to even have entire conferences about it. And that is a very difficult thing to do. And actually, thinking about it, why Netlify? Why would they be one of the ones to coin a phrase like this? So, back to the definition, it said serving sites directly from a CDN. And that's the link, that's the key. Netlify is essentially a content management hosting company. not a content management, a content delivery network hosting company. So they're focusing on serving static assets quickly all over the world. And part of what makes Jamstacks jammy is this idea of not having to manage the servers as well. So, and not having to maintain it yourself, which plays quite well for a company that does exactly that sort of CDN hosting. Slight caveat here as well, just a kind of an aside, you might hear people talk about Jamstack as like the serverless of front-end development. In the same way that the whole serverless movement doesn't actually remove servers, it just means that somebody else is running them. And in our case, there are servers still running the CDN, we're just not hosting them. We're not maintaining them. So, hearing me talk about all this, bringing up the fact that it's a marketing term only, you might think that I'm a bit of a cynic. And I'm not. I'm really happy with what Netlify are doing, and I love the Jamstack. And the reason why I'm saying all of this, that it's mostly marketing, is just to illustrate that Jamstack isn't something revolutionary. It's not new. It's just an evolution of some of the stuff that we were already doing as a community. Building web applications. And giving it a catchy name allows us to more easily talk about it, for us to, gather around the term and build things specifically for this idea. And also, thinking of it in these terms also gives us a way to categorize what apps are or are not very Jamstack. So with this history in our back pockets, let's see if we can move on to my patent pending Jamstack classification. This is Spectrum. This is supposed to be a strawberry jam spectrum. I apologise for my art skills. But it starts at the empty jam jar side of the spectrum and runs all the way through to the jammiest jam donut you can imagine. So as Ember developers, just building a single page application or an SPA, did you know that actually we deserve a position on this spectrum with every one of the apps that we've already built? Depending on a few things, it will kind of put us in a different position, but I'll go into some of those details now. So let's imagine you're building a single page application. We tend to have this idea of a separate repo for your front end and your back end. Let's just ignore the whole mono repo thing, pretend that doesn't exist for a second. So you have these two separate repos. You can host your front end using something like Netlify, and if your back end is in this other repo, then you actually end up in a not very jammy part of the spectrum. Because if you think back to where the term comes from, Netlify doesn't allow you to do the server hosting. Now, there's some caveats there. You could do it as a serverless functions or something like that, but even if you are using serverless functions and you're maintaining those, it's kind of like a half jam technology anyway. So if you want to move up this spectrum, if you want to become more of a mid-jam application, then one of the best ways to do that, or one of the first things you should do, is you should be hitting an external API instead of one that you maintain, one that you write. What do I mean by an external API? So some things that you could do is you could build an application that just hits the GitHub API directly. So it's like maybe a new dashboard app or something like that. Something custom using GitHub data. Or if you want to build something entirely custom, something new, you could use something like Contentful. Or Contentful, I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but it's fine. So Contentful is like a CMS as a service. So CMS is Content Management System. And it's pretty cool. It means you can start an app really quickly and not have to worry about hosting the server aspect of things. And if you're building your application using some of these external APIs, then I would kind of put you just shy of the middle of this spectrum in the jammy dodger part here. So let's imagine we have our Ember app. It's using one of these cool external APIs. Now what? How do we become more jammy? How do we aim for that donut? Well, the first thing that we have to look at is server-side rendering. Server-side rendering will help us climb this ladder, this jam ladder. And one of the things that we need to think about in these terms is that we have to build fast applications. I can't remember if my definition from jamstack.org, the latest one, has building fast sites in it, but the old one definitely did. Jamstack applications tend to be really fast, and with server-side rendering, you really improve the performance of your single-page application, or your perceived performance of your single-page application. And we've been able to do this for years. We've had Fastboot for ages, and it's relatively easy to set up, but there is a slight problem. If you are running Fastboot in production, then you might need to actually host a node server somewhere. And as I said, Netlify doesn't allow you to host servers. Like, you could do it in potentially serverless functions, but I'm not sure Fastboot is set up to be optimum in that. So if you did actually run Fastboot in production, that would have you start slipping down the jam continuum, which we don't want. So how do we get this? How do we get server-side rendering, the benefits of server-side rendering, without having to host our own server? Well, this is where pre-rendering comes in. And with a massive thanks to Ed Faulkner, we have this amazing Ember add-on called Prember. I would say round of applause for Ed, but I don't want to do that here. So maybe, to Daz in chat or something like that, if you are following along. So what is Prember? What does it do? With a tiny bit of effort, you can set up pre-rendering, which is a way of telling your Ember application what the routes that you want to build at build time actually are. So you have this list of all the posts or whatever it is if you're building a blog app or something like that. And at build time, your app will use Fastboot, render your application, and then save that juicy HTML to disk, which can actually be served statically. So you can start using a CDN. And this is where it goes back to using hosting like Netlify. It's also probably worth mentioning that I'm not getting paid by Netlify to say all of this, and other static hosting providers are available. So thanks to Ed, we are one step closer to earning our jam making Scouts badge. And so far, if you've been following along, you might be thinking, this just kind of sounds like, a static site generator, it's just the same as using Jekyll or Middleman. And everything that I've said so far would definitely make you feel that way. But the interesting thing here about the J in JAM, the JavaScript aspect of it, it's not that we're using JavaScript to build this static HTML that matters. That doesn't matter at all. The key thing about this modern architecture is that we have a jam lifecycle. When you render your application, when you get your HTML, you then, once it's loaded, you load JavaScript, you load your JavaScript application. And in Ember, we have this thing where once Fastboot has finished rendering, and the same is true with Prember, it loads the Ember application, the full Ember application. And that means that has a few interesting things. You could build something like a to-do app with jam technologies, so that you could have your public to-do items as static HTML and etc. and all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure that's the best use case, but you could if you wanted to. Or another example is something like a blog. You could load your HTML really quickly, and then once it's loaded, your application boots up, and then if you want to move to a different route, you only need to load a tiny bit of JSON or something like that, the data that is related to your next page, and that will vastly increase performance. And if you're using something like Ember Data, the performance is way faster because you'd likely already have that data loaded into the store, and it is literally instantaneous. So that is a kind of a whirlwind introduction to Jam, what it is and how to do it in Ember. And it probably might seem a bit simple here. And, you know, I am joking here. You know, I've said a lot of things. It's a lot to think about. And to be honest, it's a lot to remember, to know what to do. And in the Ember ecosystem, we don't tend to like this idea of, you know, here's the tools, just put it together yourself. We like to build shared solutions. We like to build things in a way that everybody can make use of the collective knowledge quickly without having to learn it all from scratch. So I've been thinking very strongly about like a complete solution to Jam in Ember. I'm going to take a slight diversion to kind of look at some of the other big players in the Jam ecosystem and explain how they work and how Ember's solution is slightly different. So if you know anything about Jam, you've probably heard of Gatsby or ViewPress. They are big players. Gatsby is for React fans, and as the name might suggest, ViewPress is for Vue fans. Both of these are really great choices. If I'm implying anything negative about them in my comparisons, it's not true. They're great projects, they've got great communities, they've got great documentation. The thing that I think is different, or the thing that I see as a problem, is that both of them are quite low-level tools. They are building blocks that you have to do most of the actual building. Now, you're probably going to have some really good time, you know, using the documentation, following along, building applications with it. You know, as I said, they've got great communities, and Gatsby even has $15 million in funding, whatever it means for an open source project to have funding. Time will tell. So, as I said, you'll probably have a really good time following the documentation and building something and getting started. And even if you don't want to start out from scratch and use the building block, you could find a number of starters. I think there's a Gatsby starters whole website where you can browse and find where people have done most of the work themselves, and you can start where they left off. The only issue with this, the starters, is that they are essentially GitHub repos. And to use other people's work, you have to fork the work that they've done. Which is great, that's wonderful. But it means that if, say, the starter updates, you have to then do like a sync from upstream, and it tends to lead to people not doing upgrades. You're kind of locked in a period of time. And that's one way of doing it. And this is where I felt like we could do a slightly different approach here. And what I said earlier on about this complete solution, the shared solutions in the Ember ecosystem, that's where I felt like we could bring something new to the table. And this is where we introduce Empress. Empress is Ember's answer to the Jamstack, and it has a fundamentally different approach to building Jamstack applications. And I don't just mean because it's using Ember instead of React or Vue. Firstly, there is no single Empress installable add-on. It's not a building block. We have a different way of doing this. We have essentially a set of products focused on one particular use case. I'll go through really quickly some of these products, and then I'll do a bit of a deep dive on one of them, which will help us understand the architecture. So each of these products essentially try to do one thing and one thing well. I'm splitting them up here into stable, beta and alpha, just because they're slightly easier. The stable ones are a lot easier to get started with if you're interested. And some of the beta or alpha ones are either still a tiny bit in progress or slightly documented, but I'll talk a bit more about that at the end. So let's go through the top ones real quick. empress-blog. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It is a blog system. It is our very first product in the Empress ecosystem, and it's the thing that made us, it's the flagship, it's the thing that made us think of this in terms of products. The next one up is GuideMaker. It's probably something that a lot of people won't have heard about, but a lot more people will have used. GuideMaker happens to be powering the Ember guides. So if you've ever gone to guides.emberjs.com, you've used the output of a GuideMaker application. Field guide. The field guide is like a style guide or a design system documentation tool. It's different from GuideMaker. It has different focuses, and it's specifically designed to make it easier for you to build a design system. We've used it recently for the Ember website redesign project, and Field Guide was really instrumental in helping us make sure that the Ember style guide is something that will document and bring the new design system of the Ember website to each of the different applications over time. And if you haven't already checked out the new Ember website, it is pretty awesome, and I spent a lot of time recently getting that up to date. So check it out and let me know what you think. Next up, we have some beta ones. OpenSlide. I'm using OpenSlide right now to do this slide system. It's interesting. It's a little bit janky because it's using Reveal in the front end aspect and the template aspect, and Reveal is nice, but it has some rough edges. One of the reasons I like to use it is because all of the Empress products focus on trying to use Markdown as the basic building block. So you write all of your content in Markdown. So each of my slides is actually just a Markdown file. And Training Buddy is like a sidecar app for workshops. The last few are kind of experiments at the moment, RFC process and tech survey, but hopefully they'll be something that people can check out pretty soon. If you're interested in any of these, or if you want to know more, you can go to github.com/empress, and all of this code is there. So as I said, let's jump into empress-blog and have a look at what it is, what it does, and we can talk about the architecture of an Empress product using empress-blog as an example. So this is what you get when you run the empress-blog Quickstart. If you recognize it, that's probably because you know this as being the default Ghost template, the Casper template, I think it's called. So this is essentially a shallow fork of the Casper template because Ghost uses handlebars, and as we all know, Ember templates are close to handlebars.js, which means that we can tweak them just a tiny bit and maintain a fork without too much effort. And what this looks like, what the empress-blog Quickstart actually looks like, is that we create ourselves an Ember application, in this case called Superblog. We jump into the Superblog and then we install two add-ons. We install empress-blog and empress-blog Casper template. So first thing you notice here, you might not have seen npm init Ember app. That's just a quick way to get started if you don't have Ember CLI installed globally. But if you're watching this, you might already be in the Ember community, so you might just be able to do Ember new Superblog. And then the other thing to note of interest is the fact that we're installing two add-ons into our host application. So we have the empress-blog, which is like the brains, the system add-on, as they call it, and then we have a template add-on. What that actually looks like, and what each of those, what that does, I'll kind of go into more detail here. So, as we saw in the quick start, we have this host app. It's just a normal Ember app, nothing any different. Ember new, you've created an Ember app. We then install empress-blog. Now, empress-blog uses some maybe lesser known APIs for Ember CLI and Ember CLI add-ons, where when it is installed, it'll install a bunch of things into your host app, like fastboot, like Prember, as we already mentioned, does that for you. And I also generate a bunch of example content. so that if you follow the Quickstart, you run Ember Serve or npm start, and you've actually got a blog there with posts, authors, tags, all this sort of stuff. So it generates a bunch of example content for you, and that's it. Your Ember app doesn't change from this point on. The only thing that your Ember app actually contains is the content. It's essentially an empty shell. The brains, as I mentioned, the build time stuff, the broccoli stuff, happens inside empress-blog, and actually the definitions for your routes as well happen inside empress-blog as well. You'll notice that there's no mention about templates here. This is where the template add-on comes in. So your Ember templates and your CSS happen in a separate add-on. So that means that even though your routes are defined in one place and your templates are somewhere else, that means that your template add-on is essentially just HTML and CSS with one or two Ember template syntaxes thrown in for good measure. So eaches, ifs, and things like that. So, and this is where, it took me a while to get to it, but this is where Octane can really shine for Empress. Empress templates, because Ember Octane is so HTML first nowadays, somebody who has HTML and CSS experience will have a fantastic time building an empress-blog template. And because it's an Ember add-on, you will be able to create it and run the dummy app, and it will show you what your content actually will look like when your template is done. So before I get into that and how we actually create ourselves our own template, I'll show another benefit of using this kind of a system. Because the template is entirely separate, you can get a new look and feel for your blog by just npm uninstalling something and installing something else. So in this case, we're uninstalling Casper and we're installing another popular open source template for Ghost, Attila. So just by swapping this dependency, your look and feel of your blog entirely changes. But maybe we don't want to use some of the pre-existing templates. Maybe we want to use one that you want to build yourself. Well, in that case, we can make that a little bit easier for developers. As I said, we really want to make the developer experience really awesome for this. So, as I showed before, an npm init kind of thing. This is just a helper to create to get started. You can create an empress-blog template. We're calling it EmberConf. I wonder why. And then, as I said, you can just cd into the folder that I created for you, and then you can do npm start. And what that actually gives you, as I mentioned, is this dummy app. Now, it doesn't look very good. If you are familiar with the Ghost ecosystem, you might recognize this as the starter template that Ghost came out with. I think it was early last year, January last year. And that is essentially just a way for you to get started quickly, and it gives you some structure. And in our case, it has a application template, an index, HBS, a post component, and I think it also has like a author route and things like this. So as I mentioned, we're creating these example templates when you create this, use that helper. And if you just know a little bit of HTML and CSS, now, thanks to Ember Octane, anybody who's just a HTML and CSS developer can come in here and build an entirely new template that can be leveraged, that can leverage the Jamstack in all of its glory very quickly. And this is something that really excites me about what our community can bring to the Jamstack revolution. So that's a kind of an overview of what we have right now. I want to go a little bit into the future of Empress and how people might get involved if they're interested. The first thing I'll say is that this architecture that I described, this idea of having a host Ember app, a system add-on, and a template add-on, that is the same for every single one of these Empress products. So a guide maker has a guide maker template, etc. So the future of Empress, from my perspective, is twofold. First of all, I want to try and move some more of the beta and alpha products into stable so people can get some use out of them. Part of the thing holding them back is related to my second aspect of this. A lot of this stuff is under documented. It's nicely well developed, but it's under documented. And hopefully by the time that people are seeing this, empress.dev will have been stood up. It'll have some example content there, but it will have links if people want to contribute and want to help with actually documenting some of this stuff. And I, over the next few months, will be, putting my brain out on paper on that. So one of the reasons why some things are in beta is because even though I'm using OpenSlide right now, the documentation isn't there. So these are related. The two aspects are related. And that's pretty much it. If anybody's interested in talking about Empress things, or if anybody's interested in starting their own blog, please do try out Empress blog. Tweet me at Relate and let me know what you think, or chat to me on Discord. I am always happy to talk about Jamstack and Empress related things. Thanks a million, everybody.
Babies, so glad to see you. Hello to the toddlers, so glad to see you. Hello to the big kids, so glad to see you. Hello to Kayla, so glad to see you. Let's do one more time with our kazoos. Ready? Nice playing. That was really fun. So today we're going to need a scarf or a bandana, okay? And that's it. And you really don't need both. You can use one or the other, okay? And that's going to be our props for today, okay? I'm going to use my scarf just so you can see me a little bit better through it, okay? So I'm not totally blocked, okay? So grab your scarf, your bandana. You can use a blanket too if you just have that near you, okay? We're going to go back to the song that we learned a little bit ago, okay? Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Yes, I will. Let's put Jack back, not in the box, but behind the scarf. Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Yes, I will. Okay, let's put Jack in a box right here. Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Let's ask him. Will you come out? Yes, I will. All right, now let's bunch up Jack. Okay, put him in a box like this. Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Yes, I will. All right, let's put our box or make our box into something else. Okay, we'll put him like here. Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Yes, I will. Let's do one more. We'll do it right here like we did before. Jack in the box, still as a mouse, deep down inside his little dark house. Jack in the box, resting so still. Will you come out? Uh-oh. Will you come out? He didn't come out. I wonder why. Oh, let's try saying please, okay? Will you please come out? Yes, I will. Oh, phew. Thank you for saying please with me. All right, let's put our scarf away and grab one of your stuffed animals or your child, okay? If you're a bigger kid, you can put your friend, your stuffed animal on your lap, okay? And we're gonna go pop, 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 pop. All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought was all in fun. Pop goes the weasel, a penny for a spool of thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel, pop goes the weasel, pop goes the weasel, pop goes the weasel. All right. Now, if your child's not on your lap already, get them there, okay? They're going to want to pop. Here we go. All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought was all in fun. Pop goes the weasel, a penny for a spool of thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel, pop goes the weasel, pop goes the weasel. One more. Pop goes the weasel. All right, really listen for the pop this time. I don't know when it's going to happen. All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought was all in fun. Pop goes the weasel, a penny for a spool of thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Pop goes the weasel. Pop goes the weasel. One more. Pop goes the weasel. Very nice. Woo! Yay. Now, get your owl eyes out. Hoo, 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 hoo. I'm going to grab my note real fast. Find your owl eyes. Hoo. One little owl said, hoo, hoo. Two little owls said, hoo, hoo. Three little owls said, hoo, hoo, as they sat in the old oak tree. Okay, so everybody get your oak trees out like this, with your arms out. We're gonna fill up this tree, okay? We have 3 owls, now we'll go. One little cat said, meow, meow. 2 little cats said, meow, meow. 3 little cats said, meow, meow, as they sat in the old oak tree. 1 little squirrel said, 2 little squirrels said, 3 little squirrels said, as they sat in the old oak tree. 1 little dog said, arf, arf, arf. 2 little dogs said, arf, arf, arf. 3 little dogs said, arf, 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 as they sat in the old oak tree. What should we put in the tree next? A dinosaur? I think, okay. 1 little dinosaur said, roar, roar. 2 little dinosaurs said, roar, roar. 3 little dinosaurs said, roar, roar, as they sat in the old oak tree. I know, I can't hear all of them. Okay, I think I heard a tiger. What does a tiger say? Another roar, yeah. 1 big tiger said, roar, roar. 2 big tigers said, roar, roar. 3 big tigers said, roar, roar, as they sat in the old oak tree. I heard it too. 1 big elephant said, stomp, stomp. 2 big elephants said, stomp, stomp. 3 big elephants said, stomp, stomp, as they sat in the old oak tree. You guys, we have all sorts of things in the oak tree. Owls and cats and dogs and dinosaurs and elephants. And a tiger too, yeah. And bubbles? Really? Okay, let's do bubbles. One little bubble said, pop, pop. Two little bubbles said, pop, pop. Three little bubbles said, pop, pop, as they sat in the old oak tree. Do we have room for one more thing in the tree? Which one should it be? A monkey? Okay. One little monkey said, ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Two little monkeys said, ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Three little monkeys said, ooh, ooh, ah, 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 as they sat in the old oak tree. It's really full. And the poor old tree said, oh no! The poor old tree said, oh no! The poor old tree said, oh no! All these things are sitting on me. Should we do that again? All these things are sitting on me. Wow, that was really fun. Thanks for doing that with me. Now, when we vroom like cars or hoot like owls or ooh, 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 ah, like monkeys, we're really just priming our voices for a range of movement, right? Our kids play with their voices all the time. Grown-ups, we kind of get out of that habit as we get older. We kind of just settle our voices into one little range, but it's really playful, developmentally appropriate for our kids to be able to do that. So next time you hear them doing that, when they're playing with their voices and when they're arf, arf, arfing and meowing and like dogs and cats, join in with them, okay? And just know that they're doing the right thing, and you can make it into a musical thing too. All right, we'll say goodbye for now, and I'll see you next time, okay?
Hello, EmberConf virtual attendees. Hello, Portland, if you are streaming there. And thank you all for having me. My name is Ava Roten, and I'm here to talk about accessibility, but it's going to be a little bit different. This is a success story. This is a story, accessibility first, and everyone wins. More composable, intuitive, and testable. We've all heard of mobile first, but I'm gonna flip it on its head a little bit. Once again, I am Ava Roten. I go by she, her, and I am a software engineer at Alloview. At Alloview, we build software for K through 12 school districts, and I'm very proud of what we do there. We build this all in Ember.js, and I've been doing Ember for, the past 7 years or so at different companies. You can find me on GitLab or on GitHub at the things in the doobly-doo. So we'll be discussing a project feature that was saved by accessibility. It might not have gotten off the ground otherwise. And so I'm very excited to share this story with you. During the course of the story, we'll be talking about adding functionality with composable components. So we'll discuss composability, composable components, and what that means, how I did it in this case. We'll talk about equitable and discoverable user experience design, and we'll talk about what those things mean. And finally, we'll talk about automation testing and how it relates to all of these topics. And hopefully, you'll see something you haven't quite seen before in automation testing within Ember, or at least you'll see some of the newer ways of how automation testing can be done in some of the latest Ember practices, which has me really excited. And so, here's the story. I had a feature. This is several years back now. And on my team, we were given a ticket. This ticket had a feature on it called item reordering. This feature was so simple that it had no design. We just wrote it up. Users should be able to move around items on the sidebar in order to reorder them to their heart's content. Okay, that sounds good. It sounds simple. Maybe a little too simple. So, okay, mouse, drag and drop. That makes sense. I can make that happen. What about touch? Do we support touch devices? And of course, when you ask that kind of question, it sounds great. Yeah, support touch. Just go through the extra loops that you need to do, loopholes, jumping through hoops rather, that you need to do in order to make touch work. No big deal, maybe. What about accessibility? Okay, so the room goes dead. It goes real quiet. And I need to explain a little bit more what I'm talking about. So firstly, you're already seeing on the screen several times now, A11Y or A11Y. And if you expand that out, it becomes the word accessibility. It's a sort of acronym, if you will, that means accessibility. Perhaps you've seen that before, perhaps you haven't. Accessibility has 11 characters in it, and so we shorten it down for things like this presentation or for documentation to simply mean accessibility. But we're also going to be talking about equity. So what is equity? Well, let's think about the idea of what I was being assigned to do. I was tasked with delivering a feature that I felt like maybe not everybody could use. Okay, drag and drop sounds simple enough. A user can use their mouse to move up and down, click on something and drag it, and then let go. That requires some fine motor control, it sounds like. And also touch on a mobile device. But it doesn't have anything to do with a keyboard input or a screen reader or some other ways that maybe users are interacting with our app. Imagine using no hands and you're using the eyes in order to click on things and move them around. Clicking and dragging is a very difficult thing to do without a standard mouse or touch interface. And so I felt like it was potentially unfair that we were maybe unintentionally locking out some users from accessing parts of the app. This entire feature that I was assigned to work on wasn't necessarily accessible to everybody, literally not able to be used by everybody. And so I felt like there was a lack of equity. Not that everybody is entirely equal, that everybody can use in the same exact way drag and drop, but in an equitable way that I was hoping users would be able to interact with this via the keyboard through a different input medium. 15% of the world lives with some form of disability, and a great many talks have been given already trying to sell accessibility, trying to be the person up on stage who is selling to you why accessibility is important. I'm merely wishing to set the stage for my motivations here about what really got me thinking about this in respects to this presentation, in respects to this feature. There are different degrees of disabilities. Sometimes there are invisible disabilities. Sometimes there are visible disabilities that are just varying forms of ability, right? Limited mobility, muscle slowness, tremors, low vision, color blindness, partial hearing loss, things of this nature. And this is just a few examples of the varying ways that you can have a varying degree of ability, that maybe something isn't completely inaccessible to you, but might be more difficult, that perhaps you would even just prefer to interact with a device in a different way. Many times I find myself preferring to interact with a device via the keyboard. Everybody has their own reasons, whether it be ability or otherwise, and I want to design for those kinds of things. Luckily, web-assistive technologies can commonly help us with vision, hearing, and movement varying abilities. And we can use these web technologies in order to piece together interactivity in a way that can allow more people equitable access to these kinds of features. And at the end of the day, I build software for humans. I wouldn't be happy with myself if I shipped some software that was completely unusable to some users just because we lacked some foresight. And so I did my research. I came across the W3C website. They have a list of patterns if you dig down deep enough. And I was looking at some of their approved web patterns. And for what it's worth, W3C stands for the World Wide Web Consortium. And so they have a lot of really great, well-researched, accessible UI patterns that you can borrow from. This one in particular caught my eye. It's called Example of List Boxes with Rearrangeable Options. I'll scroll down here. Here's an example with a single select list box. So this is using a select that has been kind of made larger, and also some buttons beneath it. I can use my mouse to click on any of these, or I can click on these buttons down here at the bottom, but I want to use my keyboard to try to interact with this. I will hit Tab, and I can focus into this element. The first thing it does is it automatically selects the first item in the list for me as a visual selection. I can see it very obviously become a bright blue, and I see a dotted border around the outside of the entire list, telling me that the entire list has been selected with a sub-selection inside of it. I can then use my arrow keys to move down my selection, but not the item itself, and then up in order to go back up with my selection. At the bottom of my list, I can see that there is an up button and a down button. There's also a not important button, which is not important for this demo, but the up and down actually allows me to deprioritize. For example, in this case, proximity of fast food can go down just by hitting the spacebar or enter key on the down button while I have a selected item. I can then shift tab back to my list and pick another item like neighborhood walkability, and I can tab to the up button and activate it with enter or space. The first time I arrived on this page, I felt it was very intuitive. We were working with something that was using some raw HTML elements I've already been trained to know how to use. I know that spacebar and enter key can activate them. I know that they are readily built to be accessible, that users will be told how to interact with them if they are semantically written correctly. So that already makes me feel a lot better about these items, and I know how to interact with them. It's very discoverable, the user experience of if anybody came here and unintentionally hit tab and found themselves selecting the entire list, almost guaranteed that if they knew about how keyboard inputs worked, they would try to use similar key combos in order to interact with this list. And so you wouldn't even need necessarily a tutorial to tell them how this works, which is excellent. Down further on the list, we also have some great accessibility information around ARIA labels and how they can be dynamic, but that's going to be a little bit outside the scope of this presentation for now. But I highly encourage you to read this kind of documentation. W3C is excellent at providing it. Next in my list of to-dos was to find a add-on that was sort of the basis instead of having to reinvent the wheel on drag and drop within Ember. We have a fantastic ecosystem of add-ons out there that do a great many things that people have built for us that we can then pull into our Ember applications. Often as simple as, in this case, running Ember install Ember Sortable. That is fantastic. Ember Sortable I found on the Ember Observer website under the category of components drag and drop. It was very easy to come across. It's also very highly ranked by Ember Observable and highly scored. The rank on this plugin at the current moment is 26 out of the top 100 add-ons, and it's in the top 10% of downloads. I can see how many open issues there are and when the latest commit is. So I felt very good about leveraging this add-on. Ember Sortable provided mouse drag and drop, touch drag and drop, and it provided a really great Ember Observer ranking. So I felt like there was no reason not to try to use this for the project. And that's what I did. The component structure, as given to us by Ember Sortable, is a component of sortable group and another component of sortable item. these components are shipped to be composable by default, as in a sortable item can be placed inside of a yielded sortable group. And so I decided to follow that pattern. Instead of doing a reopen on these components or even forking the entire add-on to add in accessibility, I added my own custom wrappers. I generated these sortable group accessible and sortable item accessible custom wrappers. And so it looks a little bit like this, where you can see the nesting of each of these items put together in a list. There's an each loop inside of there for each of our items, and everything else is just kind of nested going down. And I was able to not even have to touch the original Ember sortable code for this to work. So here's the final result. Here's a demo application that you can access at that little URL at the bottom right of gitlab.com/gaiety/sortable-recipes. I will place this URL in the Discord, the EmberConf channel there, in case anybody wants to access it, where you can see the code and also all the slides for this presentation. So in this, I have a demo application where I have sortable recipes. Right now we have peanut butter cookies on our list. I can add another meal, like this blackberry fool, which has hazelnuts and butter and other things in it. And so now I have a list of several items, and I can drag and drop these lists. Let's say I wanted blackberry fool to be higher on my list. I can just click and drag using Ember Sortable in order to reorder these items in some kind of a priority, or however I wish to use this list. This is really great. It also works for touch right out of the box without me having to do any work on my part. With the accessibility components that I added in and wrapped around these, I can also hit tab, and I can tab to the point where I select the entire list, and then the entire list gets a different colored outline around it, and I see buttons appear for an up sort and a down sort. I can now use my arrow keys in order to move my selection down and my selection up, much like the W3C pattern did. And I can tab into these buttons. I can press space or enter in order to activate the reordering of these items. I can, of course, shift tab in order to move it back up. And I can just activate these buttons as much as I wish. And none of this blocks the interactivity of being able to, for example, tab to the links that are under here. So these are actual links. So here's the link for peanut butter cookies, and here's the link for blackberry fool. I can hit enter in order to activate one of these anchor links, and it'll take me to that page. I can also click on any of these items in order to activate them as well. No functionality is lost while doing these kind of interactive things. In fact, Ember CLI template lint does not throw any kind of warnings for this kind of composability as long as you build it kind of carefully in regards to having nested interactivity, because you can build these as separate elements very carefully with your interactability. And so this felt great and worked great. And when I showed it off to some of the other coworkers, they actually really liked how it was going. So let's dive into some implementation details. If you want the full details of this, you're able to pull up the GitLab repository and dig in for yourself. All the tests are passing for this repository, and you can see how all the tests are done and how the components are done for this demo code. One of the things I wanted to talk about for composable components are splattributes. Splattributes are relatively new to the Ember framework, and with the introduction of Glimmer components and template-only Ember components, we no longer have a wrapper div assumed on our component on the outside. And so if we want to pass in attributes like a tab index or a class, we can now do so by passing in a ... attributes within our components template. And it will automatically figure out all the things that you passed in and render out something like this at the bottom, where you have a tab with a tab index of 0 and the class that we defined of border and a focus border of teal. What's nice about this is that you're able to split out the levels of concerns. The attributes that are going to be assigned within, for example, in this case, the index application kind of route, the index route template, we're able to say we want this one to have these classes. And we don't have to have sortable group accessible component either worry about the classes itself or have to expose a class API of some kind, or have to have a wrapper div that would allow you to pass these things in. Instead, we're allowed to use splattributes to intelligently pass these things down wherever we wish within the component. Now on to events and modifiers. Within our sortable group accessible component, I have many, even more than shown here, event modifiers, because we're listening for things like focus, blur, key up, key down, enter, spacebar, things like that. On line 2, you can see an example of a modifier. This is a modifier that ships with Ember. It's called on. And on is tied to the div itself, and so it knows what the event, it knows what the element is, and it listens for, in this case, a focus event. And when this div gets a focus event, it'll fire off the event to this handle focus action. And in that action is where I handle all the focusing logic. Similarly, a line down is blur, and then on line 4, I could have done the same thing. I could have done on, key up, and then assigned a key up handler in my component. But instead I opted to write my own Ember modifier. I wanted to do that so that instead of having to have the component itself listen for every single possible key up event and then doing some kind of a switch case or a series of ifs about which event is being fired for which key, like what key is being entered on the keyboard and then ignoring a lot of it, I wanted to abstract that into its own modifier. And so that's what I did here. At the bottom of the screen, you can see there is a modifiers key up file. This is the entire modifier. It's just 8 lines of code. The most important lines of code are on lines 6 and 7. Line 6 adds an event listener onto our element that listens for a key up. And then on 7, we undo it. We say, remove that event listener when it's no longer needed for this modifier. The rest of the logic is just listening for an event and firing off a function when it gets one. Listening for the event and also narrowing down to that desired key. So, okay, let's shift gears just a little bit. We're going to talk about some testing details. Many of you have probably seen Ember test helpers up at the top of your testing file. If you were to generate a new component right now, you would likely get an import that will import from Ember test helpers a line like render. Render is the most common one that you see, and it's how you can render out your rendering tests, your application tests, things like that. One of the first ones that people end up finding out about when they want to write more tests is click. And so these are asynchronous, and you can await a render, and you can await a click event, and then you can assert some kind of data has been changed or some kind of UI state has been changed within your test. Something that people are not as aware of commonly is trigger event and trigger key event. So we'll be using those now. If we go back to our key up example, we're going to write a test for that. We can write a test just like this. It's asynchronous, so work with me here. We're going to be on line 7, where we are going to render out a div, and that div is going to have a modifier of key up, and it'll pass up a function to this.keyUp, and we'll handle that in a moment. So now we have a div with our modifier on it with key up, and then on line 9, beneath it, we have an await trigger key event. And it will be first passed an element that we're going to put the event onto, and then a string of what type of event, which is a key up event. And then finally, what key. This could be a key code like number 13, or it could be a string that starts with an uppercase like enter. We don't hit line 10 yet because this is asynchronous. So after line 9 gets hit, it's going to trigger that key event, which will trigger our modifier with the key up event listener. And in this case, it's going to go, as line 7 says, up to this.keyUp. And you can see that on line 2, this.keyUp. So this.keyUp receives an event, which we are going to destructure. We're going to take out of the event object just key. Now on line 3, we're going to make sure that key is an assert equal to enter. And then on line 4, we will just go ahead and assert a step of key up. Now, if you haven't seen step before, it's one of my favorite bits of QUnit. On QUnit, you can assign steps, which will then add automatically to an array anything you want, typically strings. And on line 10, we can then verify those steps were run. And so we can verify an array of one string, in this case, of key up was fired. If for some reason line 9 did not trigger this key up function, then this test would fail, as it did not get all the steps that it expected to get in verify steps. And so to cover this one more time, we make a div, we can put a modifier onto it in a test, we can then fire something like a trigger key event, and then we can listen for what that key is in this case and make a step and then verify those steps occurred. Similarly, in application testing, we could test the entire page logic for something at a higher level. And so in the index test, for example, we could assert in the DOM, this is using QUnit DOM, which is another add-on. We could use QUnit DOM to say, assert in the DOM, the first element has text of item 1. So what this is really doing is we're going to find all the items, like item at 0 index and item at 1 index, and we're going to assert that it has a certain text inside of it. You could also do this with .text content if you wish to. But at any rate, this is going to verify the beginning state is what we expect it to be, item 1 and then item 2. Now we're going to test reordering. We want to see if we can flip those and then test for that. The next line down, we await a trigger event, which is a lot like what the user is going to do, where they're going to focus by hitting tab onto the entire list itself. So we're going to hit focus as an event onto the entire list, and then that'll make the up arrow and the down arrow appear, and we'll await a click, emulating a click event on that down arrow. So now that's asynchronous, and we said await for that click to occur. All the Ember run loop runs through, and now we can do another assertion afterward. So we can now just take the same test that we did a second ago with the same assertions, and we can just flip the items. Now we expect item 2 to be first and item 1 to be second. Accessibility just allowed us to test reordering. When I first got to this, I did not think that we would be able to promise that we could have automation testing for drag and drop. And while technically we did not, in this case, automation test the drag and drop of the mouse or the touch, but we were able to make sure that we can guarantee that the lists can be resorted with keyboard inputs. And that was a big win for us. We had a lot of different team wins, in fact, throughout this project. We had a very quick feedback loop with development, because once we had tests written, we were able to do test-driven development from then on, and we were able to see when tests would go red if we broke something and stayed green while it was still good. We were able to work with design to continually improve on this functionality and all the different visuals, passing in splash attributes of more classes to adjust the visual style of things very quickly. We also had a very quick feedback loop with project managers who were instantly able to see that we achieved the baseline functionality of mouse drag and drop and touch drag and drop, and then gave us a little bit more time to work on the keyboard interactivity. We got quick sign off for UX, which was excellent. We're able to see how it was working at every step in the process because we were doing composable components. And we had less stress on QA because we were able to deliver an automation tested page. The entire feature was automation tested from beginning to end. And so instead of them having to do manual testing for every release from here on end, we were able to have that automation tested for them. And then finally, we had less scope creep because instead of having to come back to this, either in the final days or months later down the road to have to force in accessibility for this feature, it was just already built in there. Didn't have to worry about it. Now, something I find very interesting, Ember Sortable version 2 came out after most of my work was done for this feature. And I've implemented this into the demo project where now we have version 2 of Ember Sortable. And now I have a list here of peanut butter cookies and lasagna. And now you can, I just love that combination. You can click and drag just like we were able to before, but also without any of my composable components, Ember Sortable out of the box supports keyboard events. I can tab to the list, I can hit enter, I can use my arrow keys to move them up and down, and hit enter again to finalize my selection. It's a bit of a different UI pattern, but I actually really like the way that it feels, and it's shipped by default and is part of the main Ember Sortable library, which is excellent. You get these kind of things for free by leveraging open source community projects. On top of that, in order to do an upgrade from what I had shown previously to this version, all I would have to do is delete those two composable components and then rewire this back up very slightly, and it just works. I can move forward by just deleting code. That's something you always want. And so where do we go from there? Something I did not talk about, but is very important, is accessible screen announcements. Screen announcements letting the user know that something has changed, such as the order of items in a list. Another thing is Ember Sortable version 2.2 now has an alpha, which has modifiers as the main way that you write Ember Sortable components. So instead of having composable components, you could actually write something like an ordered list that would have a modifier of a sortable group and an LI, like a list item element, that has a modifier of a sortable item. I find that to be very exciting. There's also Ember accessibility testing and Ember CLI template lint that I feel go hand in hand to help you avoid some accessibility potholes that you could run into, where you're like, oh no, I accidentally forgot to put a roll on my button, for example, which is a very real case that happened to us recently. And so what did we discuss? We were talking about adding functionality with composable components and all the different advantages that came with composable components, such as being able to upgrade more easily over time, having faster feedback loops, and being able to not have to modify core functionality from another add-on, for example. We talked about equitable and discoverable user experience design while looking at some W3C patterns, and also just the reasons why you would want to do these things, and then the final result and how good it feels. Then we also talked about automation testing and automation testing accessibility, which is something that is not commonly done, but I would love to see more of it. Once again, I work at Allaview as a software engineer. We are hiring, and we are working right now with K through 12 school districts to not only help them through the coronavirus epidemic that is happening right now, but also throughout the year as they are budgeting in order to make a more equitable education system for everybody. We build Ember software, so we are Ember through and through, and we develop software with ShapeUp by Basecamp. So if you're looking for something that's an alternative to Agile, take a look at Allaview. Lastly, I have a challenge for you. Hire somebody different than you. That might sound completely off topic, but it's really not. If you hire somebody that's different than you in regards to, I don't care if it's race, religion, orientation, gender, maybe they like Legos and you like Mega Bloks. It doesn't matter. The more different people you have on your team, the more likely you're going to have people asking important questions, such as, is this accessible? And that is what inspired us to do this on our team. So I encourage you, try to hire somebody who's different than you if you have the opportunity. You won't regret it. And lastly, I ask you to make accessibility a priority at your next design meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to EmberQuest. During this session, I'm going to show you how you can build the next fortnight and make $1 million. Okay, maybe not fortnight, and $1 million is up to you. I will show you how I wrote a game with Ember Octane. Then I'll provide you with some tools so you can too. My name is Dan Monroe. I'm a full-stack developer at Cardinal Health in Dublin, Ohio. Before Cardinal Health, I worked for Walt Disney, CompuServe, AOL, and Netscape. I've been using JavaScript for a very long time, over 2 decades. I've seen the good parts and a lot of the bad. I've written a lot of the bad. I'm sorry. I wrote JavaScript for years before the first version of jQuery was ever released. It was tedious. When jQuery came out, I thought it was magic. Having the right tools empowered me to write better code. Thank you, John Resnick. I've seen a lot of the JavaScript frameworks come and go. Of course, Ember is my favorite. Before I get into the game portion of this talk, I want to tell you why I wanted to build a game. Why did I decide that not sleeping was a good idea? I had numerous hobbies in my life. Some of them were my inspiration. My family, training in Taekwondo, a scare actor at the Blood Prison haunted house. During Halloween, the prison where they shot the movie Shawshank Redemption turns into a haunted house called Blood Prison. I'm one of the actors. This is me as a sharpshooter last year. Surprise! I enjoy writing code. I also contribute to a few open source projects. You can too. It's not as scary as a haunted house. You should try it. I also like geocaching. That's my geocaching name right there, T. Monroe's. Can you guess which 2 of these were my inspiration to write a game? Coding, of course, and geocaching. Now, some of you may have already be familiar with geocaching, while others are probably wondering what it is. Geocaching is the world's largest treasure hunt. It was the main inspiration for me to write a game. Let me give a brief description of what it is so we can get into how it ties into Ember and writing a game. Geocaching is an any-day, anytime adventure that can take you to amazing and beautiful places, or even just to a place in your town that you have never been to before. There are millions of geocaches worldwide. The way it works is simple. Just go to geocaching.com, choose the geocache you want to find, like this one just outside the Oregon Convention Center, then navigate to its GPS location. What you're looking for varies. Geocaches come in different shapes, sizes, and difficulties. I learned to ascend tall trees and rappel all because of geocaching. The highest tree I ever climbed was over 200 feet. Super fun! After you find it, you sign a logbook inside. When you're done, put the cache back where you found it for the next person to find. Then you post your find online. So far, I have found almost 2,000 geocaches in 47 different states and 21 countries. Recently, I found 2 new ones in the Bahamas on our buy one, get 2 for free cruise. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. What does this have to do with running a game? Well, sometimes the cache does not give you the exact coordinates. These are called puzzle caches. The geocache player has to decrypt a cipher or solve a puzzle just to get the real coordinates. I have hidden a few of these myself. My first one was an interactive fiction game similar to Zork or Enchanter from the early 80s. I know, I'm old. It was called GeoQuest. I started to write it in Java and soon discovered that it was hard. Then I found a tool called Inform. Inform, along with its plugins or add-ons, made it easy and fun to write. It took care of all the natural language parsing for me. Having the right tools, empowered me to build the game I envisioned without having to worry about details. However, I still wanted to do a graphics-based game, but the tools were not easily available to me at the time. Now for Ember. I was introduced to Ember after joining my current team about 4 years ago. I think it was Ember 113, 112. I had never heard of it. I was like, okay, whatever. It has to be better than my current JavaScript framework. Well, after using it a short time, it was like magic. Yes, I'm having fun again. The community was awesome, code's fun, everyone is eager to help me when I have questions. Fast forward, or I guess backwards, Ember Octane is in Canary release. I tried it out and thought to myself, this new version is pretty cool. Immediately I wondered if I could finally write the RPG geocaching puzzle game that I've always wanted to write. But what should I call it? GeoQuest 2? Nah, EmberQuest. Cool. Let's begin. We'll run Ember new EmberQuest. Don't worry, I'm on my home Wi-Fi. It's pretty fast. Okay, done. Now open our browser. Congratulations, you made it. Nice. Now what? Let's see. I want to make a game a geocacher will play online. It's going to be a role-playing game where the virtual player goes exploring, solves puzzles, fights monsters, all on a journey to find chests hidden throughout the game. When they find it and open a chest, they'll be given the real physical coordinates of caches they can find in real life. Okay, what will I need? Well, I need a player, right? I'll need some way to interact with the game. I'll need a world for the player to explore. Now, should I use hexagons or squares to draw the map? I'm going to need a lot of things. Graphics, dialogues, sounds, inventory, fog of war, pathfinding, monsters, combat, saving the game, enemy AI. Makes my brain hurt. Too many things to think about. Okay, well, let's just start with a simple proof of concept. We'll use hexagons for our map and see if we can get fog of war, or what the player can see, in pathfinding implemented. This is pretty far along in my proof of concept. It demonstrates fog of war, field of view, and pathfinding. My code did all the math to draw and place the hexagons on a canvas. The light-colored hexes are the ones that the player ship can see, while the little island is blocking the player's view. In this debug view, when the player moves around the island, the field of view is updated. It shows me the path following results in purple for each hex I move over with the mouse. At the same time, I use trigonometry to draw the green and red dots that represent which hexes the player can see in his line of sight and which ones are blocked. The pathfinding uses the A-star algorithm. It's pretty fast, and that I'll find a path to a target hex way across this big board in about 4 milliseconds or less. Okay, time to start working on the real game. We'll add some better graphics, and a few months, we find our hero on the shore of the same island. Our ship is docked, waiting for us to go aboard and take a look around the sea. there's a pirate galleon on patrol. I've lowered his aggression, so he shouldn't bother us. He has several assigned hex coordinates to patrol at random. Since he has the same pathfinding code for my proof of concept, he finds a path to his next coordinate all by himself. I don't have to do anything. Let's leave the pirate patrol and continue our tour. There's another dock. We'll go ashore and explore. Leaving the path and into the forest, we can get a glimpse at the sum of the fog of war. The tall, thick trees have impaired our vision, restricting our view in some directions. Normally, we could see up to 3 hexes away, as you can see in the clearing. You'll probably notice that as he moves, hexes that were previously seen become slightly opaque. We will also only see objects and creatures within our sight range. I've removed most of the enemies for this demo, but keep your eyes open for any surprises. Oh look, a castle. Let's go in. Our hero has found a cave. The field of vision is easier to see in the tight confines of the narrow passageways. Now you probably noticed the 2 bars above our head. The green bar is the current health of our hero. The blue bar represents his current power or energy. Some activities, like walking through rough terrain or fighting, will drain his energy. Both the health bar and power bar will replenish over time. I'll talk about how Ember helps with that in a moment. I'm going to speed up our cavern tour so we can get to the point where I can begin to show you how Ember is helping me with some of the game mechanics. Whoa! Don't fall in the lava. I think I hear something around the corner. Oh no! It's a monster! Look out! Uh-oh. It appears that we have died. Let's try again. Before we go around that corner again, what do we have in our package JSON, inventory, that could help in our battle? We have a few different categories. For weapons, we already own a crossbar, bow, and a simple sword, but I guess they aren't very powerful. We're wearing some boots, fur hat, Tomster glasses. They're pretty cool. What's an other? Looks like we have a battlefish. Interesting. Well, that's about it. However, there appears to be a few things we can buy or install that might help our hero in our fight and with our development. We need to develop faster. Ember CLI Mirage is a terrific add-on that has always been there for me when I want to do a quick demo, without having a backend, mock up a component, and to provide data for my tests. Let's add that. I use Mirage to create a quick list of inventory items to display. It's what's driving this inventory demo. How about a better weapon? Hammer, katana, tracked! Definitely going to use that. Now you've already heard from other speakers how wonderful it is. It truly has made life a lot easier. Here are a few track properties within the game. There are many others, but these are specific to the player's health. We'll see them used shortly. What's this? Wand of Wishing. Ember Auto Import. Another outstanding add-on that has saved me, and probably some of you, a lot of time when trying to use third-party packages. I'm using it to pull in a special package, but that's a secret for now. One last magic item I want to talk about before I divulge my secret weapon is the Ring of Concurrency, better known as Ember Concurrency. EmberQuest uses it in many places. Here are some of the concurrency tasks within the game. This is a closer look at the reload health task. This is in a base class, so each interactive object in the game has this task. All the properties it uses are tracked. Whenever the player or enemy takes damage, this task will heal it over time. As it heals, the green health bar above their heads will automatically update. Pretty simple code that keeps our hero healthy. Some more things that we have that have been very helpful to me are the different resources available when I needed help. The Ember blog, Ember Times were always very informative and timely. Discord is there when it's 3 a.m. and I need help right now. And finally, Ember Guides, with all the different versions available to me whenever I need it. Thank you all to keep them up to date. Now, it's time to reveal my secret weapon. There has a lot been going on behind the scenes of this demo. WebGL, Canvas, web audio, level changes, sprite collisions, etc. I wish I could take credit for managing all that on my own. But it's hard by myself, and I like to see my family at least a few minutes a day. My secret weapon is, there's a game framework wrapped up within EmberQuest. It's called Phaser. I have written an add-on that will easily inject Phaser into your Ember application. This is available right now for you to use to make your own games. For those who may have never heard of it, Phaser is a desktop and mobile HTML5 game framework. A lot of the stuff I was managing on my own in my proof of concept, Phaser now takes care of it for me. For EmberQuest, it takes care of all the physics, sprite collisions, sounds, and camera movements. I was able to copy all my fog of war and pathfinding code from my proof of concept and plug it into my Phaser add-on, and it still worked great. Phaser is not new. It's been around for a while, but this talk isn't about Phaser. You can go to phaser.io if you want to learn more. It's a good source of documentation and examples when you are ready to build your own game. Now let's take a break from EmberQuest and do just that. Let's make a small game together. We'll go back to our new Ember application we started with earlier and install Ember Phaser. This will give us a new Generate Phaser Scene blueprint. A scene is similar to a component within Ember. Let's generate a toaster scene, Tomster scene, and an Ember service to put our game logic in. And finally, a component to display the game board. All we need in the component is the Ember game service. In the HBS, we'll place the Ember Phaser component, passing in the Phaser configuration and our Ember service. The game configuration is a simple JSON object. A type of Phaser Auto is the rendering context. It will automatically try WebGL, but if the browser or device doesn't support it, it will fall back to Canvas. For this game, we're going to need some physics. Objects will fall downwards toward the ground at a moderate rate. And finally, we have to tell it which scene to render when the game loads. This will be the scene we generated earlier. For any scene in Phaser, there are a number of lifecycle hooks available for you to override. In most cases, you only need to use 3: preload, create, update. Preload is where you will load your game assets, such as images, sprites, sounds, music. Create is where the game objects are created, and update runs every game tick. This is typically where you handle player movement and sprite collisions. To make sure we have everything wired up correctly, I'll add a sky image as our background. I'll run Ember serve and open our browser. Not much to look at, but at least we know it's running. The console reports we are using WebGL and web audio. Nice. And we're running a full 60 frames per second. Time to add our hero. Refresh the browser. There he is. Oops. And there he goes. Now we know that our physics are working, but we haven't defined anything for him to land on. So he just falls through the bottom of the screen. Before we get much further, let's refactor our scene and move the code to our Ember service. Here in our service, we are loading the game assets, creating a ground, and the player. The ground will be part of a static group. The group is in the physics object, so we can detect collisions later. Now we have some ground, but he's still falling through the bottom. We need to detect when the player hits the ground. By adding a physics collider, we ensure that our player and the ground will not overlap each other. Now he'll land on the ground, feet first. We need a way to move around. This is actually pretty easy. Phaser will try to run the update lifecycle once per tick. This is where we add player movement. Before we can move, we'll set up which keyboard keys will move the player. We'll set the typical A and D for left and right, and let the player decide to use either the W or the spacebar to jump. When the A key is down, move the player to the left. When the D key is down, move right. Otherwise, stop the left and right movement. Also, we can only jump when our feet are touching the ground. Although, feel free to let them do that and make your own Flappy Bird or Flappy Tomster in your case. It's your game. We just need to take care of up, since the physics engine will bring us back down. Okay, we're getting there. Let's quickly add more things to jump on. We'll add 3 platforms to jump on. We already had the ground image loaded, so we're just reusing that image. We'll just place the new platforms at different locations on the screen. Since the platforms are part of the ground group, the collision detector does not allow them to fall through. Now we need a goal for our player. We'll create some stars the player can collect. We'll be sure to add another collider between the stars and the platforms, so the stars will also land on the ground. When they appear on the screen, they'll have a slight bounce. When the player sprite touches a star, it will call the collect star callback function. This is our hook into letting us control more of the game interaction with our Ember service. In this case, the function will increase the player's score and check to see if all the stars have been collected. If so, it will recreate all the stars and move to the next level. After the first level, we'll add a bomb that the player will need to avoid. When the player collides with a bomb, the game is over. The collect star callback is in our Ember service. We can do anything we want here. Call other Ember services, transition to another route, anything you might do in other Ember applications that you may have done in the past. You have control. That's it. We now have a fully functioning game. The complete source code for this game can be found as Demo 2 in the API docs for Ember Phaser Online. Okay, great. But wait, it's not lunchtime yet. What about EmberQuest? I think we have some unfinished business to attend there. When we left our hero, he had just lost a fight with a nasty villain, but we powered up his inventory to better prepare him for battle. We used Ember Mirage to make us more nimble, Ember Concurrency tasks to help regain his health and power. We armed him with Ember Track properties. We used Ember Auto Import to use third-party libraries. We gave him Ember Phaser so he can concentrate on his game mechanics. And finally, we kept him informed with Ember Guides. Now, time for a rematch. Yes! Sweet victory! Yay! Now that he's out of the way, let's take a peek around the corner. There's a chest. Congratulations! Our player found a chest. The game will tell him the actual coordinates of the geocache. He can go out and find it in real life. And us, as developers, are empowered with the tools we need to make the game we envisioned in our minds using our favorite JavaScript framework, Ember. Thank you. Good morning.
Hey everybody, it's me again. I hope you are enjoying this day 2 of EmberConf. I've been enjoying watching the fabulous talks, so thank you again to all of our wonderful speakers who put so much hard work into their talks and then put so much hard work again getting them ready in the last minute scramble so that we could pull off this fabulous live stream. The app has been a little quieter today, but I've been enjoying those of you who have been posting photos. So maybe take this opportunity to snap a selfie, which is not like a thing I normally am very into, but right now, like, it's important to see other people and to remember that they exist and to know what they're doing. I'm enjoying seeing all of your kiddos. I shared some of those photos with Kayla from Music Together and Eileen from Kid Time Storytime, and I think it's brightening everybody's day a little bit. I feel like I'm a little bit lower key than yesterday, and the answer is I accidentally got stuck in a Twitter hole for 30 minutes, and now I'm reminded about all this stuff going on in the world. That's terrible. So don't do that. And if you're wondering why I'm not doing more retweeting on the official EmberConf accounts, that's why. Because it's really hard to go in there and find the Ember love without accidentally seeing something else going on. But I'm enjoying getting the Ember love from the Discord channels, from the app, from just watching these fabulous speakers, and I hope that the rest of you are as well. We're going to have another story time next for the kiddos, and then after that, we're going to take a lunch break and come back at 1:20 Pacific. Not 1:30, which is what we did yesterday, but 1:20 Pacific. So I hope you'll all join us. I know yesterday there was a Zoom call going on at lunchtime, just some people chilling out. So that would be awesome if that happened again. I think there were even a few of them. And that was really nice to sort of keep up the community feel even on the break time, and also to make it feel a little bit more interactive, because obviously for the most part, this is one directional in terms of like who you get to see. So somebody do that. Maybe it was Ed yesterday, and I think the Ember Times had one. Maybe I'll pop in and say hello because I miss you all. For now, enjoy story time, enjoy your extended lunch if you are not going to stay for story time, and we'll see you all again at around 1:20. Thanks.
This Kid Time Story Time is out of this world. Oh, is this the lady from Hidden Figures? Yes, it is, Fuchsia Fish. Oh, that is one of my favorite films. Hey, that's one of my favorite movies too. You don't say, Pink Bear. I do say, Fuchsia Fish. In fact, I dream of maybe one day going to outer space like an explorer. Oh, well, if you go to outer space and you should need a fish, you're my fish. Yes. Hey, it's funny how Fuchsia Fish leaves. Blah, 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 blah. Now let's us go into outer space with Katherine Johnson, who saved the Apollo 13 mission. A true story filled with excitement, because, you know, the true stories always have the most excitement of all. Let's see. Oh, wait, I just flipped right past that, but no. Look at these calculations that Katherine is making. Look at all this. I can't even. But look at that. I am always so impressed when people can do incredible scientific things. And, well, she had the most amazing brain that could do incredibly complex math that understood the universe. So let's see how Katherine saved a very important space mission. Katherine loved to count. She counted the steps to the road, the steps up to church, the number of dishes and spoons she washed in the bright white sink. The only things she didn't count were the stars in the sky. Only a fool, she thought, would try that. Even so, the stars sparked her imagination. What was out there? Katherine, there she is, yearned to know as much as she could about numbers, about the universe, about everything. Catherine's boundless curiosity turned her into a star student. She was so bright, she skipped 3 whole grades. 3 grades? You know that's a big deal. In fact, she catapulted right past her brother, and he was not too happy about that. Well, that means that she was definitely the youngest kid in her classroom. By the time she turned 10, Catherine was ready for high school. 10 in high school. But back then, America was legally segregated by race. Her town's high school didn't admit black students of any age. Oh, here we go. Obstacle she had to face. Catherine burned with fury. She wanted more than anything to keep learning. There was still so much to know. Count on me, Catherine's father told her. By working night and day, he earned enough money to move the family to a town with a black high school. So let's see what the pictures are showing us. White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. And then this one is the Institute of West Virginia. So I guess we're moving from here to here where there's a black high school. The adage, where there's a will, there's a way, applies right here. Loved high school. She was good at every subject, but math was still her favorite. She dreamed of becoming a research mathematician, making discoveries about the number patterns that are foundations of our universe. Those are very big brain thoughts. In those days, though, there were no jobs as research mathematicians for women. Another obstacle. Let's see how she overcomes it. Professions most available to women were teaching and nursing, so Catherine became an elementary school teacher. She liked her job, and she loved her students. Who doesn't? But she never stopped dreaming about exploring numbers. In the 1950s, the U.S. government's National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, that's NACA for short, hired thousands of new employees. It even started hiring black women as mathematicians. And see, what does the Daily News say here on the front cover? More women join the workforce. Okay, sounds like an opportunity to me. Catherine heard about the mathematician jobs, and her heart, boom, 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 raced with excitement. Perhaps her dream could come true after all. But when she applied for one of the positions, she was told they were already filled. No. Catherine had to wait a whole year until new spots opened up. But her patience paid off. She got the job. But you know how long a year is? It's like having to wait for your birthday an entire year for more presents. That's how long it took. But there she is at the Langley Aeronautical Laboratory in Hampton, Virginia. Now, a few years later, the Soviet Union sent a rocket ship into space, launching a space race with the United States. NACA, remember we talked about those were the people who hired her, was rolled into a new space agency, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Now, I know you've heard of them, NASA, the space people. Catherine now found herself at the heart of America's space program. She worked as a computer. Electronic computers were not widely used yet, so she was a human computer calculating all the numbers in her brain and by hand. By hand. Well, and I think they had calculators, but still, a calculator versus a laptop or a computer that you're on watching me right now, world of difference, right? All the computers were women, all of them. They were given the tasks that men thought were boring and unimportant. Well, that didn't bother Catherine one bit. She knew that without her contributions, a spaceship couldn't reach its destination, nor safely return to Earth. Everything is math and numbers when it comes to launching a spaceship. Now, here's why. Sending a rocket ship into space is like throwing a ball into the air. Woo! At first, and you know this from doing it, right? At first, the force of the throw sends the ball up, 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 up. But as its energy runs out, the ball's path curves back down to the ground, kerplunk. Where it lands depends on what angle it was thrown and how high and how fast it flew. Now, because math is kind of a language, Catherine could ask those questions. How high would the rocket ship go? How fast would it travel? And she could answer it using numbers. And numbers would provide the all-important important answer, where would it land? Because you can send a rocket ship up, and away, but it can't just land wherever, like a ball. It has to land in a very specific spot, and safely, because there are people inside. To find out, Catherine plotted the numbers she calculated on a graph. Then she joined the points together and they formed a curved line. At one end of that line was Earth at the time the rocket ship launched. At the other was where Earth would be when the ship landed. Catherine's reputation for accuracy and strong leadership skills, she was known for asking plenty of questions, got her promoted to Project Mercury, a new program with a very cool name, designed to send the first American astronauts into space. Mercury's missions were going to be dangerous. So dangerous that even the project's star astronaut, John Glenn, refused to fly unless Catherine okayed the numbers. "You can count on me," she said. Now that is faith in her gifts. Glenn's spacecraft, the Friendship 7, orbited Earth 3 times and returned home safely, and Glenn became a national hero. Catherine was promoted again. Now she was asked to calculate the flight paths for Project Apollo, the first flights to the moon. "Count on me," she said. On July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts walked on the moon, and their feat was celebrated around the world. Yeah, that was a big deal. It's still a big deal to this day. It was such a big accomplishment. More triumphs followed. Apollo 12 rocketed to the moon in November 1969. Apollo 13 launched on April 11th, 1970. But on the third day of Apollo 13's flight, the worst thing happened. An explosion in space. That's a huge crisis. Could the crippled spaceship make it to the moon? And if it didn't, would it be able to get back home to Earth? The 3 astronauts on board were in grave peril. That means their lives were on the line. Commander Jim Lovell told Mission Control, "Houston, we have a problem." There have been a few really good movies made about this too. Hidden Figures with Catherine in it. The one just about the Apollo mission where Tom Hanks played Jim Lovell. There's so many movies. You'll probably see them when you get older. Back on Earth, Katherine Johnson got a phone call. Her flight path calculations would have to be done all over again because, of course, now her original calculations don't work anymore because there's been an explosion which has changed everything, right? So she has to perfectly calculate everything all over again. This would be the toughest challenge of her life. Catherine told Mission Control, "You can count on me." She rolled up her sleeves, took a deep breath, and began doing the math. She worked hard and fast. A few hours later, Catherine's calculations were finished. The flight path to return home would take the ship around the far side of the moon. From there, the moon's gravity would act like a slingshot to zing the ship back to Earth. To get home, the crew of Apollo 13 would have to follow Catherine's course exactly by burning off fuel at precise intervals. If the astronauts made a mistake, one mistake, their ship would drift through space forever. Catherine waited anxiously to hear the astronauts' report. Everybody was waiting anxiously. Finally, it crackled over the loudspeakers. "We've got it! Apollo 13 was back on track! High five! Cheers! Whoa! Yay! They did it! Look at that! And look at that! Look at that! In the photo, it shows us that's the pod right there, and it's landing. It's going to land in the water. They're going to be safe." Katherine Johnson had done it! She'd brought Apollo 13 home. She was no longer the kid who dreamed of what lay beyond the stars. She was now a star herself. And now it tells us more fabulous factoids about Catherine, whom you can obviously count on. Born in August 26, 1918 in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. And her mom was a teacher. And Catherine kind of thought she was going to be a teacher too, but boy, that big brain, it had to make some much bigger calculations for the greater good of mankind, right? And she said, despite her many achievements here, Catherine never liked to take any credit. Why wouldn't you want to take credit? I mean, because I bet you like to take credit for the stuff you do, right? Let's see what her reason was. "Because we always worked as a team," she says. "It was never just one person." And look at this. She co-authored 26 scientific papers, including a groundbreaking report on the theoretical underpinnings of spaceflight. That's hard just to say. Imagine to even think all of that up. And that is why you can always count on Catherine. And no wonder that was such an amazing movie and so exciting to watch. Oh yeah, it's really exciting, and that's what got me to thinking that maybe if there's another spaceship in the future, yeah, Pink Bear, maybe I could go to moon or I can go to Mars, because I hear that might be a thing. Yeah, I hear that might be a thing too. And you know, this is going to be kind of surprising, unexpected, because I wasn't expecting this. But I am actually reading Counting on Catherine today, on the day that she passed away at the age of 101. No way! Really? Yep. 101 years of age, and I had the book sitting here on my reading desk waiting for me to read it to you because I knew you're a big fan of the movie. Oh yeah! And I wake up to the news that she has passed away at 101. I don't know how to feel. What do you mean? Well, do I feel sad? Or do I feel a little bit happy? I mean, she's pretty awesome, and the book made me really happy. But then I'm sad that she died. Yeah, I know. You know, and I kind of feel the same way, because when somebody passes away that we knew and loved, or didn't even know but we admired, we're sad because we miss them being here on Earth with us, right? Yeah, I do. That's how I feel. Like, I'm really sad that she's not here anymore. Right. I totally understand. But at the same time, we feel happy because you know that she lived the most incredible life. Yeah, she did so many things that even though she had all those problems, like with the school that wouldn't let her go there, and then they didn't want ladies to be professionals in jobs that weren't like nursing and teaching, she still managed to do that too. Right. She accomplished so much and overcame all these obstacles to really do the best thing that you can do in life, which is to take your potential and take it all the way and make the world a better place than you found it, and inspire pink bears like you. Yeah. So it's okay if I'm a little bit sad, but then also happy at the same time because she was awesome? Yep, I think that's actually a pretty perfect combination. Okay. Now remember, kid, you also have to go and reach for the stars.
Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. I just want to take a few moments to remind everyone that there is question and answer on the Conference Companion app that you can find at meet.ps/ember. Because this is all virtual this year, there are some speakers that are in different time zones, but if you post a question here, they do get to see it. There's great discussion. You can view current questions and ones that have been marked as answered. So please ask questions, discuss. I can't wait to see you on there.
Hey there, I'm James Steinbach, and I'm really excited to be speaking with you today about an Ember Dev's Guide to CSS Grid. CSS Grid is a really awesome, cool, and powerful block of CSS. It gives us a lot of powerful tools that we've never had in any CSS layout method until now. This combination has not existed until today. And by today, I mean 2017, when all the major browsers shipped full grid support. Grid gives us a responsive CSS-only layout method. It only needs grid styles, floats, clear fixes, don't need that, inline block, white space problems, don't have to hack those, only grid styles. It allows precise control of columns, rows, and gaps in our grid, and allows us to position children anywhere we need to. However, as Spider-Man said, with great power comes great responsibility. With grid, with great power comes great complexity. And this slide is full of little words, not because I want you to read them all, but I'm not very thoughtful about legibility. No, because I don't need you to read them all. I just want us to collectively feel the weight of this wall of text, right? It's a lot. And especially if you're not a CSS specialist or expert. If your day-to-day is consumed with a lot of normal JavaScript things, working on frameworks, release updates for Ember, refactoring a bunch of components to use Glimmer, getting all Octaneified in your projects. Great. You don't have time probably to focus on 30 new CSS properties. And not all of them are new. Some are from Flexbox, but if you got sharp eyes and you're paying attention, the Flexbox properties are all the same ones that you always have to look up on CSS Tricks every time with that cool little visualization they've got bookmarked there. It's not the easy Flexbox, it's the tricky ones. So this is like trying to drive to the horizon down this road, and we're not going to do that. I want to get to the end of the road, but I don't want anybody to get motion sick. So we're going to trim it down. We're going to learn 7 things today, and these 7 things you see on your screen now are going to give us the vast majority of the power we need. And I'm going to make a big promise to build almost any grid you need in real life. That's a big promise, but I think it's going to hold true. So let's look at this optimized road. Let's hit the horizon on that path. So without further ado, the short, happy path to grid. We'll look at code first, and then we'll break it down and learn what all these lines mean. Display grid is a starting point. Just like display flex, it's the right way to tell the browser, hey, use grid layout algorithm on this component or element to lay out all of its children. Not grandchildren, just immediate children. We're going to provide some measurements for the columns, and I'll show you what FR means in a moment. We're going to define some areas. We're going to name the spaces where we can put an element. There are 4 names: header, content, sidebar, and footer. Remember those because we're going to see them on the very next slide. And we're going to put gaps between rows and columns. Now you think that's a lot of complexity on the parent. What did it do to the children? Actually, grid moves the complexity. With CSS Grid, all the measurements, all the layouts, all the rules, all the constraints live on the parent, and all the children need to do is get told which area to fit themselves in. And all the words in grid area here are part of grid template areas on the previous slide. So really powerful stuff. You don't have to define a ton of math and a ton of measurements and a ton of margins and percent-based widths and all that on the children. We're moving all that complexity off of the children onto the parent, the grid itself, which is really awesome. It makes our code so much cleaner because we're not searching through 3 or 4 different selector blocks to find width and measurements. We're scanning 4 different selector blocks to find a named area. All the measurements, all the complexity is defined on the grid itself, and children just are told where to go. Very cool method here. So let's look at these properties we put into a grid container. See what we got. Well, grid template columns is the first thing. Display grid is a given. We've already mentioned that. But let's look at how to measure columns. Columns set the proportions for tracks along the inline axis of the grid container. And you think, why wouldn't you just say horizontal, James? Or just say columns? These are too many fancy words. Just say columns. I respect that. And I'll show you in a second why I'm calling it an inline axis. It's a new evolution in CSS that is actually going to be very powerful once it's widely supported. But this gives us our column measurements, and the value we use is any valid length values in a space-separated series. For example, you can do 30% and 150 pixels and 30%. And unlike Flexbox, if you don't use up all your grid space and you define your columns, grid's like, that's cool, I don't mind empty space. I'm not afraid of the silence. Flexbox is like, no silence. I'm going to stretch things unless you tell me not to. And so grid is different from Flexbox in that regard. Your precision stands without being artificially stretched or squished. However, if you want to use up your empty space, fractional units are a really cool way to do that. Behold our next code, grid template columns, 1 fraction, 12 ems, 8 ems, and a fraction. 12 and 8 are kind of fixed measurements. They're relative to the font size, but they're fixed in that grid. And after they're used up, grid goes, okay, in the parent, is there still empty space? Are 12 and 8 ems leaving room? Cool. If I've got a fraction at the beginning and a fraction at the end, that's 2 fractions. I've got to divide all the remaining space in. I give 1 out of 2 here and 1 out of 2 here, or split into halves. And what we've got here is a self-centering layout. The 12em and 8em columns are always going to be put together, centered in the middle of the grid. Pretty cool stuff. Grid template rows works essentially the same way, but whereas columns operate along the inline axis, rows operate along the block axis. And again, in a second, I'll show you why I'm saying inline and block and not top, bottom, left, right, those kind of words. Same value. And look at examples. We could do a fraction and then 2 fractions. Here, the top row is tall enough for its content, and the second row is twice as tall, 1 and 2. Here we've got a repeat function, which is a cool new trick. Our top row is 50 pixels tall, and all the rows that follow are 100 pixels tall. Neat little way to do something like a table layout if you're building like an editor or an admin interface for something. All your titles would go in that little 50 pixel column, and then each of your rows with a whole bunch more data would be taller below it. But having shown you pixels on that screen, I'm going to now turn around and say, oh, go easy on the pixels though, okay? So I want to give you a warning about fixed heights. Fixed heights really easily cause overflow. If your content is longer than whatever 100 pixels makes room for, it's going to flow through the margin, least bad problem, flow down into the next row, not into like the element, but like covering up or obscuring part of the next row. Next decentest option, worst option, get covered up by the next row or obscured by an overflow hidden property on its own row. Accessibility is not just something we do for people who have what we perceive from our privileged spot as lowered ability. Okay, accessibility is for everybody. Fixed heights on grid rows creates accessibility problems for users with 20/20 vision. Okay, it's not a matter of limitation on them. If we program things wrong, we create legibility and accessibility problems. So, accessibility is for everyone, not an us versus them, kindness of our heart, aren't we special, give ourselves a star proposition. It's just building the web for people, okay? Grid is going to automatically protect your content unless you put a fixed height on. That's an awesome part of the web. So use flexible values for your row heights like auto and min content and max content. Fractional units are pretty decent too. Logical properties, quick sidebar. The reason I've said inline and block is because we've got a new way of thinking about where things are located and what directions things go in CSS. This is an evolution of the spec. For a long time, everything we've positioned, we've described with physical properties. These are related to the viewport, the device itself. Top, right, bottom, left. Those break down really quickly, right? What if you build a website and you start translating it and you cover most of Europe with your languages like French and German and Dutch and a handful of others, and it's all left to right. You got English and all those European languages and you're pretty covered, right? And then marketing and biz dev decide, hey, we're expanding our market into the Middle East as well, and we're going to have users who read in Hebrew and Arabic. And now we need to be able to support the same site, but our layout has to be right to left. Well, suddenly our physical property words right and left no longer make sense. They no longer accurately describe where content is. And we have to find a way to reverse all our margin rights and border rights and all those things because we need them all on the left now. One more complexity, not all languages are horizontal. Okay? All of our left to right languages, which probably cover the majority of people in the room, today. All of our right to left languages as well. It's all horizontal. So inline is a start to end of a line of text inside of an element. That's horizontal. Those are horizontal languages. And block is a start to the end of a block of text, like a full paragraph worth. If you decide to continue expanding your market in this hypothetical app we're talking about, and now you're bringing in farther east countries, and you're expanding all the way out into China and Korea and Japan, and you've introduced a handful of dialects now that have column text. Their writing mode is vertical. Now the start to the end of a line of text is a vertical line, not a horizontal one. And the start to the end of a block of text is a horizontal line, not a vertical one. Grid automatically responds. In the slides that follow, I am not going to change the CSS at all. I promise I'm only going to put different attributes, or in one case, a CSS property on a wrapper element. I'm not going to change the grid code at all. Here's direction left to right. Here's direction right to left. I didn't change the grid code at all. It automatically turned it all around. Whoa, how sweet. Right to left support for free? Yes. And now one more. Writing mode vertical left right. You can see the browser rotated the text automatically, even though the characters are still English characters, Latin characters. It rotated the text and the entire layout. I did not change the grid CSS at all. I just put this property on a wrapper. Amazing. That's all we did. Grid gives you so much responsiveness for free. This is amazing. So we've made rows, we've made columns. Back to grid. Let's name those intersections. When we use white space, that's cool, and I'll show you why white space is cool on the next slide. And if you need to create a blank cell in a grid template, you can use a period for that. So here we are, same thing we saw back at the beginning. Header is one grid area that spans 4 columns and fills 1 row. We've got a gap and a gap, in between them, body and sidebar. And then we've got footer, much like header, spanning 4 rows. One area though, one element will be assigned to footer, one element assigned to header. And notice what I said about white space. I've got a couple spaces after that third header and the third footer, a few extra spaces after body, and a whole bunch of extra spaces after each period. Well, why did I do that? It's cool that grid doesn't mind how many spaces you use, because you can not just program your grid, you can draw your grid directly in grid template areas, and the outcome will look like the CSS. That's powerful. If you are a visual learner or identifier of things, this is going to rock your world. This is super duper. Look at your CSS. That's what the page is going to look like. It's right there. Love it. You can go a little more ASCII artish and use emoji, but I don't recommend that. It's harder to read. You run into problems with contrast in most text editors between light and dark mode. And your zero or monospace fonts don't apply anymore with emojis. And you might even run into a browser implementation issue with Unicode mapping. But a couple limitations on grid template areas. A named area can only be one rectangle. It can't be an L shape. It can't be like a stair-stepped kind of try to make a fake diagonal. All the cells have to be adjacent. You can't start a named area here, continue it here, and then put a little more down here, and expect content to kind of flow between them in those breaks. What you're describing is a whole different CSS spec. It's real though. It's called CSS regions, and it doesn't exist in browsers yet. It's been under discussion forever. Yeah, sorry. And grid template areas, their names have to be strings that start with letters, not numbers. If you start a grid template area name with a number like 1A, that's not going to work. A1 is good. And when we look at the children, we'll see why we can't use a number for a named area as the first character. But for now, just trust me, don't do it. Okay, a bonus. Sorry, I said there are 7. Here's a bonus. Grid template is just a shorthand though. So it's essentially summing up what we've already learned. You can put grid template columns, grid template rows, and grid template areas, those 3 properties, all in one shorthand. It's kind of like background, containing background color, background image, background position, background size, and a couple others. All 3 properties you can put into one property, and now, what have we done? This is amazing. I just love this so much. This is where I start when I write CSS Grid. You can not only look at your code and see exactly how your layout is going to turn out. Disclaimer, your editor is not going to highlight with orange and blue. That would be a really cool VS Code extension if somebody could make it though. That would be really nifty. Your code editor is not going to highlight like that. But not only can you visualize the entire grid layout that the browser is going to render, every row ends with its height. Every column ends with its width. All the relevant information to rows, columns, and their proportions is right there in one chunk of CSS. That is amazing. That is boiling down a lot of complicated stuff to a very readable, identifiable, manageable chunk of CSS that visually matches the end result on your browser window. I love this so much. I'm so excited. This is how I love grid. This is what I do. And you can make gaps too. Gaps are a space that exists between columns or between rows. Used to be called grid gap. You might remember that if you've seen tutorials for a year or two. But grid gap has been deprecated, and air quotes is a name. It's CSS. Nothing ever gets deprecated for real. But it's now just called gap because Flexbox is going to be supporting gap between children. Firefox already has that support. Chromium and WebKit are hopefully not far behind. It's a shorthand for the row gap, 20 pixels, and then the column gap, 30 pixels. But like margin, it's also a self-expanding shorthand, so if you just say gap 10 pixels, you'll get 10 between rows and between columns. That's it. That's all the new properties you need to know to build a grid container. I showed you a couple new values on the way in those slides, so let's dig into those two now. Fraction and repeat. Fraction is one fraction of the grid's free space. What is free space? It's whatever pixels are left after all the non-fractional units, column measurements, or row measurements have been used up. So after you calculate your gaps, after you calculate all of your pixel and viewport width and em and rem and percent-based column widths, anything left in the parent grid is available as free space for fractional units to divvy up. Based on the total number of fractional units you've put in your grid row, or grid template row, grid template column property, grid is going to divide the free space into that many units and then portion it out appropriately. Words are great, but let's look at code instead. Here's 300 pixels in the first column and then one fraction. It's super greedy. It just gobbles up the rest of the empty space. If we put this in a container that was only 300 pixels wide, one fraction would effectively be 0 pixels wide because there's no pixels left to divvy up. Here's our self-centering layout once again. 12ems and 8ems are non-fractional units. They and the gaps are divided out first, and then everything left gets divided into half a chunk here and half a chunk there. You can even do a column layout that's all based on fractions. Here the browser says, you've given me 6 units to divide up, 1 plus 2 plus 3, so all the space is free except for a couple gaps. I'm going to divide the rest of that pixel value into 6, 1 for the first column, 2/6 for the second column, and 3/6 for the final column. A very much simpler way, I think, to program proportional grids without having to get into percentages and decimals and complicated math, especially division by 3 related stuff. So let's walk through that all in one shot. Let's build a grid from scratch. Here's a blank grid. It's got 4 columns all squished together on the edge. They're just barely wide enough to have a little bit of color. So let's add gaps. Cool, thank you, browser. You put gaps in, I love it. Let's give the second and third column better width. I'd say 50% of the parent for the first the wider column and 25% of the parent for the narrow column. Awesome. Columns 1 and 4 still empty. Let's change them from 0 to 1 fraction. And now the layout self-centers. And we can go ahead and add in some rows. So we've got a header and a footer. And this is the code we've been looking at like all day long, more or less. Only with some fixed rows just to give it space in the demo. We've just built a non-trivial layout. You may say, this is really simple. That's like every blog, like most WordPress themes. Am I right? Ha ha ha. Let's make fun of WordPress too. No, we won't do that. But this is actually a specific layout from CSS lore, if you will. It's called the Holy Grail of CSS layout. And for like a decade, CSS blogs and tutorials have walked through different layout options and techniques and said, how well can that layout technique accomplish this thing? Full with header and footer, centered layout with a wide content and a narrow sidebar, and the content and sidebar the same height so the background colors can extend all the way from top to bottom. We just learned how to do it in Grid in about 15 minutes of looking at code and 30 seconds of walking through an animation. I hesitate to use the word easy, but it would be hard to see how Grid could make that simpler. This is very manageable and a really powerful thing we can do with not a ton of syntax and not a lot of code written. I love Grid. We also saw repeat earlier. As you might have guessed, it repeats a certain length. certain number of times. So repeat 12 times, one fraction. And wait, 12 equal columns, let's pretend there's a 20 pixel gap too, is Bootstrap. And this is a really neat way you can basically migrate grids off of Bootstrap and into pure CSS if you need to. So grid child properties, everything we've just looked at, all of those things, properties and a couple values, that's all for the parent. What do we put on the child, however? Buckle up, I've got a whole slide in this section. Grid area, that's all. What value do we use? A grid template area's name that we already set on the parent. Now, here's a quick caveat. Here's why we can't use numbers as the first character of a named area. Grid template area accepts a different kind of value, which is up to 4 integers separated by slashes, and those are manual row, column, start, and end values. If you start a grid area with the number 2, browser is going to be like, oh, 2? Are we doing our row start? And if you do like 2-A, it will actually say, no, that's actually invalid syntax. It needs to be a letter prefixed string. And you can't just say 2 because the browser is going to go, oh, row start 2. Let's do it, man. So yeah, please don't. But grid area, all you need, and you need a named area string from your grid template areas property. And that's all we have to do with the children. That's all we have to do with the children. So congrats, everybody. Y'all know grid. I'm proud of you. Give yourselves a round of applause, okay? It sounds really feeble, just me standing in my basement clapping. Sorry. But if you're all clapping at home too, then we'll just have a huge amount of clapping in the world and it will be beautiful. So before we go, let's dig into a couple practical examples. Everybody wants to know, how do you center a grid in CSS? Ha ha ha, Stack Overflow joke, Peter Griffin meme. Moving along, 3 lines of code in grid. Also, incidentally, same 3 lines of code in Flexbox, but you start with display flex. You just put these 3 properties on the parent, and one element inside of it will automatically be centered, as long as the parent is taller and wider than it. Cool, it's not a joke anymore. It's actually really manageable. Cool. Let's do something non-trivial though. Back to the idea of we've got an admin interface, maybe we're letting people edit blog posts or some other kind of published content. Here we've got a grid. We cannot set up our rows and columns on the wrapper element that contains all these rows, and then get children of each row element to respect the columns. That's grandchildren kind of generations, and we can't do that with grid yet. Subgrid is coming. It's in Firefox and Chromium, I think behind a flag in one or both browsers, and hopefully WebKit eventually, hopefully quickly, really. And once we have subgrid, we will be able to do that. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to make each row in this table, I use table in, air quotes, it's not an actual table element. Each row is going to be a display grid on its own. We've got 2 rows, title and date, actions and status. That's pretty self-explanatory. Each of their heights is auto, whatever it needs for the words. Then we've got a fraction as the width of the title and action column. And then the date and the status tag are max content. And max content is a cool new keyword in grid. Essentially what max content says is, I want the maximum width this content could be if we don't create any line breaks or hyphenation. Don't go wider than that. Don't go wider than the max content. Just how wide will it be if we don't artificially break any lines or words? So if we had May 1st as a publication date, the word published would not be hyphenated, even if we had a really narrow viewport or a really wide element in the next column pushing it over. We'll never line break between February and 19th with that property. Instead, if our post title gets really long, it will line break. And that's a more legible way to go for things. Let the post title have the break, and don't force your date to wrap. And then we've got a half a rem gap between everything. Let's get a little more complicated. Let's take a responsive component, for example. Some of you are saying, wait a second, don't you take grid? This is columns. James, this is only columns. You put a wrapper around photo and bio. You put a div around the header, which contains name, title, and contact, and awards. Those 4 elements, 2 wrappers, 1 for each pair of elements. Boom, you're done. You don't need grid for this. You just need Flexbox. You can even float that. Psh, get out of here with your grid talk, okay? Aw, I'm sad. But actually, I'm going to fool you for a second. This is all laid out with grid without wrapper divs, and the reason for wrapper divs will become apparent in a couple slides. But here's what the grid looks like. There actually are rows. Photo and awards are allowed to overlap and share that second row with each other, so we don't see a single full width row gap dividing the entire layout. We're kind of smushing past each other and creating the illusion of there not being rows. The column with photo and bio in it is going to be 30% of the parent, and then everything else, the fractional width, belongs to the header and awards. So here's what this looks like actually in the grid. We've got some nice blue boxes to help us see how things are put together. We've got 6 cells in the grid. The picture is allowed 2 adjacent cells labeled photo. The awards is allowed 2 adjacent cells marked awards, and header and bio are just in their own individual cells. Now again, why wouldn't we wrap divs around this and just do it all with float? Well, because grid is simpler and because responsive. Now your designer comes back to you because, again, there's just delays in things, and it's a week later, and they say, cool, here's the middle of the road, medium width breakpoint version of that component. And now you're like, oh, I put a wrapper div around the photo and the bio, and another one around the header and the awards, and now I'm in trouble. Now you got to refactor your markup and figure out something from scratch. But if you had used grid, and all 4 children, photo, header, bio, and awards, were just children of grid and using grid to lay them out, all you've got to do for this is change grid template. Just stick this in a media query for the right min and max for that medium zone. And photo and header share a row. Bio and awards each become a full row. The photo will only be 150 pixels wide, and header gets the rest of the space. And we've reduced our gap. So now it's 1 rem both directions instead of 1 between rows and 3 between columns. And now we're perfectly set up to go 1 smaller because you've got your mobile comp as well. And now we're dropping all the text. And so we're going to do this with our grid template, much, much shorter. Photo and header are the only areas we need. Notice, however, we have to explicitly hide awards and bio. Grid will not hide them automatically simply because there's no longer a grid template area that they match. Grid is actually very, very content friendly. It wants people to read your website, okay? So what it will do is it will create a bonus row underneath header and throw the bio in there. And then it'll create another bonus row underneath the bio and throw the awards in there. Grid will just make up 2 bonus rows, even though you didn't define them in grid template, and it will preserve your content. So if you need them invisible, you have to do that manually with CSS. You have to do it on purpose. Grid loves your content, and it's not going to hide it unless you tell it to. We can also do a fun thing with like image layouts, kind of like masonry-ish, but this is all manual. I1 is a 2x2, I3 is tall, 4 is tall, 6 is tall, 8 is wide, and wouldn't you know, our grid template looks just like the output. I1 is a square, 3 is tall, 4 is tall, 6 is tall, 8 is wide, and everything is evenly sized. This is the power and the beauty of grid. When you make a grid template, it looks just like your output. And when you use grid template with the row heights down the edge and the column widths across the bottom, it's all legible and manageable in 1 chunk of text. Your CSS looks like your layout, and it's all in 1 block. I love this. So last thing I want to cover for you is a couple gotchas, some tips and tricks I've discovered on the way. Images assigned to a grid area will obey the grid cell size and maybe end up stretched or squished or something, not in their intrinsic aspect ratio. So either wrap the image in a container element like a div. That's an okay place for a div wrapper that means nothing semantically. It's just there to help with the image's sizing. Or, cool trick, you can make the image object fit cover in your CSS. That will tell the image, go ahead and fill the entire grid area, but behave like you're a background image using background size cover. And every browser that supports grid supports object fit, so win-win. Animating grids, can you do that? Some browsers can animate between grid template columns and rows values if there's the same number. You can't go from 3 columns to 4. That's not an animatable way to do it. And you can't animate between different units. For example, your first column can't animate from 10 pixels to 1 fraction. Those are just impossible things. Gap is a little easier to animate. You'll get more browser support for that. And no, you can't animate an element between 2 different grid areas. That would be super cool. Not going to happen because there's too much layout complexity. And IE11. Got to say a word for IE11. Some of you might still support it. If we were all in the same conference room, I would say raise your hands if you're still supporting it. I'm really grateful we recently dropped it on the current projects I've been working on for the last couple of years. But yeah, just recently dropped it and got to refactor and let go of a lot of code. Fun fact, IE11 was the first browser to support grid. Not fun fact, the grid spec wasn't finalized yet, so IE11 implemented its own non-standard version of grid spec. And auto prefixer, if you configure it to grid true in its options, can help. It can emulate some of the things that IE11 doesn't support, like named grid areas. It cannot backfill or polyfill gap, i.e. 11 won't support gap full stop. You can't hack that with auto prefixer either. So what I actually recommend is not using auto prefixer to do grid, but rather use a fallback layout for CSS, like something like Flex or floats or whatever it is that works best for your team for IE11. And here's what you do. The layout you give IE11 users is usable. Nothing is broken or hidden. You're using older code, that's fine. It's a boringer layout. It might always just be one column or two columns. Cool. Everything is going to be accessible, legible, interactive. You're not going to hide or break anything. But you're also not going to use grid and get all the nuance and cleverness of grid layout. And if you've got a strong IE11 user base, sadly, but true, IE11 users are at this point largely used to significant chunks of the web not working for them at all. That's bad. We don't want to alienate people just because of an old browser they're probably locked into by an enterprise workplace or some environmental constraint. If you give them readable, usable content that's in one boring column or some simplified layout, you've given them a working website, and we're doing better than I could name some big tech companies that don't support IE11 at all. So if you still have to support IE11 because of numbers, please give them fallback CSS. I wouldn't try to use auto prefixer because you're going to into too many issues with gap. But give them fallback CSS that still looks usable and is good to go. And that's all. I'm James. I work at Dockyard. I love to talk about grid and other CSS things, so I'll be in Discord today. Chat with me there. I'm on Twitter at JD Steinbach, and you can find my code at GitHub and my blog at .com, all in the same handle. But I like James, not JD. Anyway, y'all have been a great audience. I assume. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure you're a great audience. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Have a great day and stay well, everyone.
Hi everyone. Welcome to my apartment. We are streaming live from New York City. It's a beautiful day outside. Yeah, I'm not going to make any references, but I am going to talk about the number one thing on everybody's mind right now, which is maps. So, some of the goals for this session. I'm going to introduce myself, a little bit about me, about who I am, brief history of mapping, current technology, and getting started with mapping in Ember, and best practices, patterns, testing strategies, and I'll leave you with one very important thought. Hold on. So I'll leave you with one very important thought. So a little bit about who I am. First of all, I am from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Who here in the room is from Tulsa? No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, from Tulsa, Oklahoma. There I studied social science, political science. I did start off in computer science. I thought I wanted to be a programmer. And then my mother was horrified when I switched to political science, but here we are. Although it ends well. So I moved to Boston, actually, to earn a master's in studying urban planning with an emphasis in GIS. So there, I really discovered that I can combine my two favorite things, which is technology and social science and urban policy. So I was able to, more specifically look at using maps as this is really powerful political rhetorical tools for conveying and communicating about social issues. So this mapping technology, using that to really to advance a social cause or a policy sort of change. So I then moved to New York, which is where we are right now. I took a job with the city planning department, and I'm still mapping. So, the end. That's all we have for today. Thank you for. No, I'm kidding. So, what is the city planning department? Very simple mission, although it's very simple sounding. It's to plan for the future of New York City. And surprisingly, the city planning department is responsible for the future. So what is this? What this means is any new developments, any new buildings, any desired zoning change. For example, maybe I want to open up a cat cafe down the street, but it's zoned for, I don't know, something else like residential. So I want to tear down, someone's house and open a cat cafe. So I'd probably have to go through city planning or whatever to do that. I'm not doing that. So the team I work with is the NYC Planning Labs. We do software. We're a software development team. We have two main missions: build great technology and modernize the way government does technology. So we are changing expectations about how government delivers digital services. I like to think that we are. What does this mean? So, agile, if you will. Will you? No. This means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But to us, really, it's a stark philosophical contrast to what is typical in government, which is the waterfall approach, which is all of your specs are asked for up front, required up front, and then you're building something for someone, you get the specs, and then a year later you come back and you have something that you hate. So that's not good. Agile, to us, is really simply thinking more iteratively, not just about the technology, but about the relationship with the customer. So, instead of this sort of super prescriptive and kind of antisocial way of building a technology solution for a human business problem, we really work closely with the customer. We iterate, we learn, and we react to those learnings week after week after week. So demos every week, design sessions, etc. Open source. So government has a weird kind of, it depends on who you talk to, but there's some fear around open source. There's a lack of understanding, really, about using open source, not so much creating it and providing it, although that's still there too. But using it, sometimes there's a, is this? Can we trust this? Why are we using the enterprise solution? We've always used that before. Who are these GitHub people? Whatever. That's the attitude that we're trying to change. Our team is fully embrace using open source and also open sourcing our own products. So we create software as a public resource. All right. So this presentation is not about planning labs, but if you are interested, there is a QR code on the screen. I just learned about QR technology maybe last year. It's very cool. I don't know, I just think it's cool. You can open your camera up and then you can get a link, but literally just learned how to use that last year. So here we are. So urban planners use maps every day. So there's a reason for that. There's, something is being built in the city, you need to know the spatial context of it. You need to know what is this change in the built environment? How might it impact business? How might it impact traffic? How might it impact zoning or housing in the area? So there's a lot of contextual information that planners really need in order to ask the right questions, in order to sort of follow along with the guidelines and the policies around zoning. So our flagship application, Zola, 1,000 New Yorkers use it every day. Okay, that's not Facebook, but it's quite a lot, I think, for a small team. We build this application. City planners use it, advocates, lawyers, a lot of people use it, a lot of different use cases. So some people are, maybe for one example, where can we build housing? You can use Zola to look at where all of the residential zoning is, and where can I build in a particular neighborhood. Is my property in a flood zone? Good question. We can show you if a property is in a flood zone 30 years from now or 60 years from now. There is that data is publicly available to you. You can also look up property information. Okay, who owns the building across the street? What are the other sort of associated city records for that property? What else can I learn about that property? So all of this is publicly available. So here we are, QR code again. Zola, is a way of really sharing information online, making data easy. So there's a big talk about, open data, and data is available, everywhere. Everyone can access data, but knowing how to actually have the tools to do anything with data is a totally different question. We hope that Zola is solving that problem. So give the app a try, and hopefully it doesn't break. No. So just a brief history of maps. So there's a rich historical context behind maps. So it starts with Jon Snow. Not that guy, sorry. Right. So Jon Snow with an H. So 19th century English physician, a leader in the development of anesthesia, epidemiology, and public health. Just as exciting as Game of Thrones. Also vegetarian. Right, so he has a whole biography worth reading another time. But what is he known for? So this is probably a little too familiar sounding, but he mapped, there was a cholera outbreak in Soho, London, in the mid part of the 19th century. And people didn't understand what was happening, where it was coming from. So Jon Snow mapped the outbreaks and correlated those outbreaks with the water pumps. Now, it's interesting because at the time, his sort of findings were suppressed by the water company. So it was a bit scandalous because the water company had its own sort of interest in protecting its business, whatever, to the detriment of public health. But Jon Snow was able to use maps to prove his case. So what about mapping beyond what about mapping sociopolitical issues? What about going beyond, public health, or even just like geology and these sorts of things? So, thinky face guy, what's he thinking about? Florence Kelly. I love Florence Kelly because she's a pioneer in mapping technology. She was a late 19th century to 20th century reformer. She was commissioned to study urban slums and factories. So she was a labor activist, and she used mapping to illustrate the sort of the issues in wealth income disparity, and to really provide a visual kind of lesson in wealth inequality. So what you're looking here is an income map by block in Chicago, by residential block. So these are streets, these are little buildings. The black squares are, what is that, under $5 or something, 5 or less. And then the blue is 5 to 10, orange, and so on. So what this is actually called technically is a choropleth map, but Florence Kelly was one of the first people to actually use this technology, mapping technology, to really advance a social political cause. So it's technically brilliant mapping tools. So don't let Jon Snow get all the credit. Okay, I don't know, whatever. No, I'm kidding. But if you want to learn more about women in mapping, which you should, you can follow this QR code, because I love QR codes. So, you know nothing, Jon Snow, whatever. Okay, so mapping tech from print to the web. So what is a web map composed of? Well, first we have a base map, which is stat map is always present. It's sort of a contextualizer. It orients the viewer to where it is in space. So streets, streets and bridges and rivers and bodies of water and parks and things like that. So these are all this typically what a base map is. These are just sort of general terms. But then you have sort of everything else on top of it. So you have data layers. So these are the sort of maybe focal points of your map. Polygons, lines, points. Yeah, so it's what you're seeing with Zola. So in Zola you have the light gray and blue. Sort of a contextual map of like this is actually Manhattan, just to orient you. But then you can turn on these data layers, which are all these like colorful, kind of looks like a bowl of Fruit Loops a bit. It's a little too colorful. That's that. So recent technologies. We have ArcGIS, digital maps in ArcGIS. ArcGIS is still around. It's still widely used, but I would say maybe in the 90s it was a pioneer in providing widespread commercial access to digital mapping. But you couldn't put it on the web, so that was the problem. So in 1996, MapQuest launched its web service. It was great because you can actually, look at directions online and all that stuff. But the problem was it wasn't very user-friendly. So every sort of pan, every zoom, every time you needed to move around the map triggered a full page reload. Okay, so here we are. Enter the tile. So what are we looking at here? Finally, you could finally use a map. Using tile-based technology, you can finally use a map without triggering full page reload, which is exciting because it's a much better user experience. It's also a very cool technology. So how does this work? So there's all sorts of we call these slippy maps. So Google Maps, this is a typical colloquial term for it. So Google Maps is one example. There's OpenStreetMap. There's Ember Map. Wait, sorry, that doesn't count. Sorry, I need to turn on. Okay. Shit. Okay. All right, so how does this actually work? Like I was saying, tiles. These are really just images. They're just images that JavaScript sort of, it coordinates mouse gestures and mouse events with positioning of these small images on the screen. So if you actually inspect a slippy map, you can see these are all just tiles. These are all just images on a grid. Cats, whatever, everyone likes that. So image-based tiles have limitations. So what does that mean? Sometimes an image-based tile, it must be generated on a server. It has limited interactivity, so you can't actually do on the fly styling. There are some approaches that get around that. They're a little esoteric now. You wouldn't do that. So as a sort of solution to that, you can now serve tile information as vector data. That means we have dynamic interactions. We can change coloring of things and style and zoom, and suddenly in the GIF you're seeing here, we're actually switching between a point representation of data and a polygon representation of data. You can also notice that using vector tile things, we're rendering this using something called map.xgl, which actually hooks into the metal of the graphics processing unit of a computer. So it's very fast rendering. This is actually what Google Maps, the web app, uses now. In addition to just being able to do the styling, the vector tiles also include all the data. So what you're looking at here is probably a choropleth of percent foreign born or percent population under 60. I'm switching between here. The different choropleth mappings of different statistics. The reason that these can be rendered and styled on the fly is that all the data is actually present inside the vector tile itself. So how are tiles made? So we have here our, we have through a cylindrical map projection, so through a cylindrical map projection, we are able to project a globe onto a flat surface. So this leads to obvious distortion. You can all remember middle school geography class, all these problems. So there are lots of different ways of projecting things. But for our purposes, we use a projection called Wenmarkator. Good to know. But to break it down a little bit, assume that in the tiling something, assume that the world is a square. It may feel that way sometimes. It's really not. So for zoom level 0, we have 1 tile for the world. But at zoom level 1, there are 4 tiles. So you close if you're trying to zoom in, you get more tiles. So zoom 0, 1, 2, you get more tiles. So I like to think of it as sort of a pyramid. Good visual. So that's all good to know. Another common format, probably, it's not even another common format, it's actually probably what most people should use for most problems, I would think. GeoJSON. So GeoJSON is good for smaller data sets. It's good for just being able to, sorry, that's my Uber. No. So GeoJSON, it's good for smaller data sets. It's good for really quick and easy things. Basically the full spatial data is downloaded into the browser. So if you have a very large data set, it's not going to work. But for most use cases, you can really get away with GeoJSON. It's fine. So what is GeoJSON? It's just opinionated JSON format for storing spatial data. So think of it as JSON API, but geography, map data. So kind of putting it all together. Whoa! Okay, a lot of stuff going on here. All of this really to just do mapping? Well, not always, but I would say that for most use cases, the GeoJSON approach, mapping with simple GeoJSON is going to work just fine. But for more complicated mapping technologies, this is how it works. And I would say for Zola, this is pretty much exactly how we kind of deal with rendering and storing and maintaining all of that data. So that's a lot of stuff, but we don't just build it from the ground up. There are these things called cloud services. Cardo is one of them. I really like Cardo because it is truly open source. We actually did run Cardo to power. So backing up a bit, like what does it actually do? It takes care of everything you see in the red circle there. It takes care of all of that. So the reason I like it so much is that, like I was saying, you can run it in your own infrastructure. It's truly open source, and we actually did do that. There's a lot of companies that talk big talk about, like it's open source, you can run it. This we actually delivered live services on top of it for over a year, and we just didn't want to maintain, upgrades to it anymore. So we were like, okay, let's pay for it. But really, like, kind of shows how it's like the opposite. Like, instead of paying for a service and then figuring out, oh, it's open source, I'm just going to run this myself. We actually had the opposite experience where we were running it ourselves. We proved the value of it, and then we run a lot of applications on it still. So sorry, backing up, but I would say Cardo is great, but it's not. You don't. If you're just trying to show a point on a map, you don't necessarily need to use Cardo. Cardo would be overkill for that, although it is very cool. Accessibility. All right, so yes, maps are obviously intended as a sort of visual tools. That doesn't mean that they can't be described. It doesn't mean that persons who depend on accessibility tooling or visually impaired doesn't mean that they can't also be enjoying and using maps themselves. So we can still work on this. We can still do a lot better. So one thing to consider when doing accessibility is to use Leaflet.js. The reason for that is it's all SVG based. So some of the maps I was showing you earlier are WebGL based. What that means is that there's a little canvas element, and that's all. There's just a canvas element. You don't get all these nodes in the DOM, so you can't actually put ARIA information on them. So with SVG based mapping like Leaflet, you can put the ARIA information on there because you get all those DOM nodes. It's really nice. Like I was saying, Map.xgl is canvas-based, so you just get a canvas. It's really hard to make that accessible. That said, there is an add-on called Map.xgl Accessibility, which I didn't build, but I'm trying to contribute more to, and I encourage everyone to take a look at it, because it's a really cool problem to work on. So basically the way it works is you have your canvas-based DOM node there, and then on the other side you can have sort of a shadow representation of what's happening in the map, and it's all invisible, but it's all sort of DOM representation of, maybe I have like 5 points or 6 points or something. I'll have 6 DOM nodes for those things, and I'll put some information on them so that and then you keep these two things in sync, and then it really makes things a lot nicer. There's still a lot of work to be done. So if you're really interested, I would check out Map.xgl Accessibility. It's a pretty cool problem to work on. We should make these awesome maps accessible. Right, so case study, Zola. Back to Zola. I talk about that a lot. Not the marriage app, wedding app, sorry. Basic features, many data layers. Map state preserved in URL. Layer styles shared across other apps. Monthly data updates. So we need all of these things. So what does that mean? The easiest way to jump in for us was to use Ember, now called Ember Map.xgl. So what is this? It's simply a bindings layer on top of the core Mapbox.gl.js library. So it provides a really nice declarative developer experience. So kind of breaking down what we're looking at here. On line 3, we have the sort of outer Mapbox component. This is what's actually building that canvas element. It's initializing all the map stuff. Nothing's really in it yet unless you've told it that. A base map will be in it, but nothing else is really in it. No data layers are quite in it just yet. But that's what lines 4 and 5 do. So line 4, you pass in, again, you see this GeoJSON type, and then you pass in the actual GeoJSON data. So that's what the model is going to be. This is GeoJSON data. This, if you look at the GeoJSON specification, any GeoJSON you pass into this Map.xgl is going to understand it. And then you have this other contextual component on line 5 called source.layer, and that's more responsible for the visual sort of styling of that data. So map.source is all the data behind the stuff. Source.layer is the styling and stuff, and the sort of paint property you see there adheres to Map.xgl's own styling specification. So it's all of this is pretty. The Ember Map.xgl add-on tries to, of course, get as close to whatever the underlying Mapbox-based API is happening. Right. So problem. 2 sibling components who depend on the same state of something. So for example, I want to turn on that zoning districts layer there. So there's information about zoning districts, such as its state, such as whether it's on, that the map needs to know about, and then that this menu needs to know about. So one way we got around this is how do we, sharing state across sibling components. So one way we got around this is passing down a sort of layer configuration model. So multiple models for each layer, pass down to both components. Since these are data models, they have their own internal state. And the menu can reference it, and then the map component can reference it. Keeps the UI state in sync. We don't have a bunch of weird, event buses and stuff like that. This is one way of doing it. So, anatomy of the map component. When we first started this, you notice that there are several widgets. There are several things going on. You have a print button. You have a measure tool. You have a draw tool. You have all sorts of stuff going on. So our first draft of the map component was very, 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 very long. I think this GIF goes to maybe 400 or 500 lines, which probably isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. But it was actually interesting because in this case, instead of reaching for what could have been the wrong abstraction, meaning assuming that we know the future and that we're going to need this thing because it feels like that'll be cool and convenient to have that thing. Instead of reaching for that, we really allowed this sort of component, this class, to ripen a little more before we jumped into kind of refactoring it. So finally, after it was ready, it was getting too long and unwieldy, we needed to refactor. So we really knew what the problem was. Now we can start grouping things together. So highlighted feature, highlighted visual feedback. So whenever the mouse hovers over a part of the map and you want that visual feedback, all those concerns can be grouped together, put it in a component. The draw tool, so being able to draw and measure stuff. So all the handling for putting the things on the map when you draw it, all the mouse events, all of the little calculations and text, and being able to switch between the unit. Take it and put it in a component. Visual feedback for whenever you select something. So again, component. So one thing I think to take from this is, when in doubt, make a new component. It's always scary to kind of start creating a new class for something, but I do think you could really easily clean up a lot of code and a lot of complexity by simply making things into a new component. Sorry. When in doubt, make a new component. Okay, so line 2, for example, what we have here is the measurement widget. We simply pass down the map into that layer widget, and all the layer concerns happen there. Line 4, measurement widget, pass down the map. It's really just sort of separating concerns and just giving things their dependencies that they really need. Understanding what those dependencies are. All these things depend on a map instance. Makes it easier to test, makes it easier to sort of split out things. Right. So, lesson here, don't abstract too soon. This is the next session. Next section, tests. It's really hard to test maps. How do you even acceptance test WebGL canvas? You don't. I mean, I've tried. It's scary. Right. So you have all these click events. You have all these hover events. You want to make sure that visual feedback's happening. You want to make sure that you're not going backwards on certain behavior, that things are turning on when they should be. This is all really hard to do with WebGL canvas. But what you can do is use an elaborate stub. So what is a stub? Stub is sort of a mock. These are all sort of loosey-goosey terms. I think some people have tried to really define them. Probably computer science journal articles can very clearly talk about what that means. But really, a stub is just a fake class that you are using to mock certain behavior. So instead of using a real map, you could use a fake class and just assume that the underlying thing works. So how do you stub a map? Dependency injection. Another probably pattern. All that means is, because we've broken things out a little bit more, we have our Mapbox basic map component, line 1 here. In our testing environment, through some of Ember's test tooling, we can stub in we can stub in the map instance. So instead of that component yielding out a real Mapbox.gl map, like it just yields an instance, we can stub it and then hand it a kind of dummy object. And all of these methods here, add layer, add source, get source, these are all actually Mapbox.gl API methods. I have seen some Mapbox.gl add-ons use elaborate stubs for this reason. It's not always the best thing in the world, but it has worked really well for us. Another tricky part is that Mapbox.gl is event-driven. So, how do you simulate a mouse move event? An underlying Mapbox.gl detects mouse move, and then it triggers the callback for your app's handling for what happens when a mouse moves. Something that's worked for us is to use something like what we're seeing here, which is just manually within your test actually trigger that behavior and give the callback signature that is needed for whatever your own app's callback function is. So this way you're actually triggering the behavior in your app and testing it. But real talk, this has worked really well for us, but you're really not supposed to mock what you don't own. So I don't love this solution, but it has in the absence of any testing, this is working really well. I think ideally in the future we go back to Mapbox.gl accessibility. Actually, in building out that add-on will really help us deal with using real mouse events, using real clicks to actually test behavior on the map. But we need to build that out first. But also, yeah, seriously. So don't mock what you don't own is the general advice. But let's, we can be reasonable. So no more regressions, we hope. Yay. All right. So with great power comes really cool maps. How to lie with maps. So this is the very important message I wanted to end with, which is maps are very powerful rhetorical tools. They are things that everyone sort of identifies with. We identify with place. You can point where you live, where you've been on the map. I like this quote a lot because it's, map users, we kind of just assume and trust the map. We trust maps exist, or we trust map is a representation of reality. So this is an example. This is a great example of how easy it is to rhetorically misinterpret a map. So what you're seeing on the left there is recent presidential elections. So these are how people voted. This is how people voted. So on the left there, you're looking at the election results by county. But if you normalize the election results by population distribution, you actually get a totally different picture. It actually looks much closer than you could understand in the other one. And there was one map in this slide that you're seeing that was shared a lot by one party, and I won't get into that, but this is a great XKCD or something. I don't know. It's really just my biggest pet peeve. Also, is you can't just spatial correlation doesn't mean that there's actually a real relationship between these things. Most of it's just a function of population. So we can see, for example, in this Twitter data tweet, this is in 2013. There was a lot of excitement about web mapping. It was much more accessible, possible to use digital mapping tools. There's a lot of that hashtag mapped thing. You saw a lot of McDonald's being mapped, but you will see that these are largely just functions of population density. So on the Twitter data's map there is tweets during the election, and then on the right is population density. So I love looking at a cool map, but it's it's between rhetorically dishonest or just not that interesting. That's okay. Another thing, augmenting a message through maps. There's obviously graphic design choices that could be made. You have this on the left. We're talking about gun death. We have raging epidemic. It's black and red, and there's a crosshair on it, and on the bottom left, actually, what you see is these sort of granular bins. So it creates a lot more kind of visual a little bit more visual noise, I guess. Makes it just look kind of grislier. And on the right, you kind of have the opposite rhetorical angle. The title, fewer bins on the bottom left. And you're not describing as violent deaths. You're describing it as incidents per 100,000 or something. These are choices that you can make. So so thank you all for joining me in my apartment. The city I'm learning is a lot of us are working from home now. Never thought that would happen, but thank you so much. Please reach out on Discord if you have any questions. And thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Samantha. Thanks for being here, virtually even. Today I will be talking about the power of debugging, and my idea is to not only show you a few tricks, but how you can use these tools to go beyond just debugging. So my journey with debugging started several years ago, back in college. I didn't know coding before that, and my professor's philosophy was mostly to teach us the abstracts of programming and not so much the tools. That meant that we were left to figure those things out by ourselves. So in my case, in the beginning I would use Notepad to program. And yeah, that meant doing everything manually. Now I would love to say that it took me just a little bit to learn about all the other tools that I could use to make my experience easier. But 1 year later, I was still programming in Notepad and just with a different language. Back then, when I didn't know what was happening with my app, when there was a bug or it was just like exploding, not functioning at all, I would add a printf that is like an equivalent for console log. And when I had like zero idea where my code was breaking, I would literally just add printfs everywhere, like one per line of code. Thankfully, after a while, I did learn about IDEs and debugging tools, and this was from the days that I would code in .NET and use Visual Studio for debugging. One of the things that I miss the most about that debugger is being able to just skip lines of code. The browser still doesn't have it. I guess it's a difficult feature to have, but it was super helpful. Nowadays, I'm a web developer mostly, so I spend most of my working day, on the browser. And the debugging tools that I use are the ones that come with the browser. I also use the editor, of course, but yeah, a lot of my time is spent here. So let's start with some of the challenges that I faced in like all my years coding. And I will walk you through them, and like we can see how the debugging tools help us through this. So one of the challenges that we usually face is mostly the difference between debugging or handling issues in development versus production. So in development, you actually have access to the code and you can change things and sort of see how they behave. And in production, that's not as easy, but we still have things we can do. So to demonstrate this, I have a buggy app, and let's say I have this application that is asking me a math question. I answer it, and it's saying, oh, you have, like, it's not the right answer, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the right answer. So if you've worked on this app and you know probably where is the issue happening. So you will usually just go to like your editor, and you go, okay, yes, I know this error is happening on this component. I can just add a debugger here and save and sort of start debugging. Oh, first I forgot, I need to answer, that's where the error is happening. And yeah, you can step through the code, see why it's not working. Then I'm like, oh, actually, I shouldn't have parsed the answer as an integer because it's not always going to be one. Then you can go back to your code, fix the issue, and go on with your life. Another way to do this would be to just add a breakpoint on the actual source here on the browser. Now, if you've ever looked through the sources tab of your Ember app, you will see that you have here like where your page is located, and then you have an assets folder, and this assets folder is going to have all the JavaScript and also CSS and other assets. But what we care about here is mostly the JavaScript, and you will find folders for the Ember framework, that's like this Ember folder, Glimmer, also Ember testing. This add-on tree output folder will actually contain all the code for every add-on that you have included in your app. So if you never ever need to actually debug that code, you can just walk through there and open it and add breaking points. So let's say I hadn't put a breakpoint here, I had everything closed. You will find always a folder that has your app name in it, and inside you will see all the app code mapped pretty much as you see it on your computer in development. And I can just go where I know the issue is and also put a breakpoint, answer, and yeah, we go back to the same point and we can see the same thing without having to change our code and reload the app. You can also find here a few other things that help you in debugging. I'm not going to go through all of them, but yeah, mostly you can watch variables to see how they change. You can see where you code like the stack trace. Here you can actually see the variables we have declared, and you can even change their value. So let's say I want to make this code pass just because I want to continue working on the app, and I just change it there. You can see the breakpoints and yeah, several other stuff. So here now I've changed my solution just so the code can pass, and I just resume, and hey, we can continue like working on the app. Now this is perfect and it's easy to see in in development, but the actual question is, how do we find the same thing when we're in production and we don't have our code mapped that way? So let's see the same app opened in a production environment. If I go to the sources tab, I see the assets folder also, but I don't see like all the folders mapped. And I have 4 files here. The one that has your app name and a fingerprint will be the one that has all the app code, so everything you've developed. And you'll see a vendors file that has all the framework code, so everything related to Ember, every add-on you have added, external libraries that may not be add-ons. And the same thing for the CSS, like you have one for your styles, so yeah, here my styles. And you have one for styles that are added by add-ons, like I don't have any here, so it's empty. Now how do you find the code to debug here in production? You will see that even though this is a minify file, and you don't actually have all the variable names, you still have some strings that name the modules that we have declared. So you can see, for instance, you can find the adapter, you can see here a component definition. Actually, this is a manager, but here, a component. If you want to see it in a nicer way, you can just click the prettify, let's go back here, this icon, and this will generate like a different tab that has the same code but printed nicely, so you can actually find it easier and debug it. So our issue here, what's happening in components, so we can just search for the name of the component we want to debug. Now you will see a lot of this is initialization code. That's a hard word. And if we keep looking, we will eventually find our functions. Here you can see you have the evaluate answer, and this is pretty much the same code we debugged before, just formatted differently. And we can also set a breakpoint there, just write this thing, and in this case I can still access the variables, and let's say I want to just change this one to make the code pass, and I can just go set the value I want, and I know the comparison will work now, and I can just continue. Yeah, and that's how we can pretty much do the same thing we did in development, but here in production. So back to our slides. A small recap of this section. You can usually do all the debugging on the sources tab without changing your code. You can just set breakpoints there. You will find while you're in development the app structured pretty much as it is in your computer. You can access the scope section to view the value of the variables you have and also change them if you need to. And just remember that in production the script will be all in one file, but you can do the pretty formatting and also debug there. So next, what happens when we have external libraries and how can we debug them in case the issues, like sometimes the issues will not be your fault, they will be actually someone else's code. Yeah. Going back to our app, I'm going to remove the breakpoint here, close this. And I'm going to try to go to this level and I can see an error. We look at the message, it's not, like we know it's happening in the route, but the message itself is not saying much. And yeah, the stack trace is not that helpful either. So sometimes one of the issues that we have with Ember is that you will see a lot of the internal code in your stack trace and you may not actually find where the issue is beginning. But in this case, we know it is happening when we try to navigate to the route. So let's just open that route here. Here. Levels 2. So here I have my model and I'm using, this is like the instance of a external library that I'm using to load the data. I can set a few breakpoints, like maybe it's failing when I initialize it, maybe it's failing there, maybe it's failing here, who knows. Now I'll step through it, that part works. This is actually a promise, so I need to sort of continue. And my code is not actually stopping here, so I guess it's failing inside this method. So let's just try to step inside it. Here, so now we are on the actual definition of the function on the library. And we can step through it. And oops, now I found the issue. It's not like something on my code. So I can just go to like the GitHub of that person and say, hey, you have a bug. No, I'm joking. Like, yes, you can do that, but let's just see what other options we have here. One of the things that I can do on the sources tab is actually change the code and save it. And this will allow me to try this function as without change. So I commented that line that was throwing the exception and I can just skip it. Yeah, and now I get the results I wanted. Cool. So one thing that I would like to point out here is the difference between add-ons and external libraries. Like this is an npm library that I'm importing through Ember Auto Import, and here, like on the sources tab, I will find it below this little cloud that says Ember Auto Import. And like the difference is add-ons, I will actually find them in this other folder. But you can still see like the code of both type of libraries. So yeah, like if you want to debug any of these other libraries, you can just open them at a breakpoint somewhere and see what happens if you're curious to see how something works. Yeah, so I think that's it for this case. Let's go back to our slides. It's there. So just to recap, yeah, sometimes you will find issues that are not exactly on the code, but on third-party libraries, and don't be afraid to step in them. Like this was a very simple example, but sometimes it will help you find where the actual error is coming from. So, for instance, this talk was inspired because we had a similar problem in production where we were interacting with a third-party library and the error message that we were getting was not helpful, at least not for them. Like, they couldn't reproduce the issue we were having, but we didn't know exactly what was the original error. And we had to sort of pair debug from someone else's computer while having the code in production. And by using both the formatting of the Ember code and then being able to step on the actual library, we managed to find the original error message, and that's something we could use to actually contact like the third-party library that was used by another third-party library and give them the information they needed to fix the issue. So sometimes you will step into code that will look weird to you. You don't have to understand it. Like, I don't understand most of the code I stepped into, that is not mine, but you may still find the information you need even if you don't really understand the code or you don't really get to fix the issue. You can edit on site, just as I did if you want to try something. Like change the code a little bit. Maybe you want like something's failing at a specific point, but you actually need to see what happens afterwards. Yeah, like this can work. Also, just remember the difference between where the add-on code lies versus the npm library code. Now, the third challenge I want to walk you through today is what happens when you have an app and someone reports an issue, but that's not something you actually developed. It happens a lot, I guess, in every developer's life that you end up coding in an app that you didn't start it from scratch. And sometimes, especially when you're new in a project, that can be like super hard to figure out, especially because people really want to fix you to fix the issue and you're like, where do I start? So let's go back to the app. I'm going to go through my third example here. Now let's say I have this memory game, like I don't know if you all know it, but it's basically you have to like guess or remember where the cars were. And when you have tools that fail, we actually want them to like turn back as they did, but we don't want them to like take that long, really, like because we cannot do anything. So let's say your manager comes and says, yeah, I have this issue, I don't know what is happening, but I want it fixed by yesterday. You're like, oh, I actually didn't develop this thing. Now, we have the Ember Inspector, and one thing that I like to use it for is learning a new app. Especially this view is very helpful because even if you don't know straight away where things are, you can at least see what components make this thing, and you can actually start to figure out where you should start looking for like possible issues. So here now I have like my route and then link to that's not what is happening. I mean, it's not related, I guess. Then I have a big component called memory game and several memory cards components. One cute thing that I figured out just recently is that you can actually click here and you will be taken to like that instance of the component. The Ember Inspector has a lot of helpful tools. I won't walk you through them today, but you can find other talks, and actually the guys that have a lot of information. So you can learn how to use these tools. They are very helpful. So now I know how my components are called, and I can, for instance, say I have a feeling that the memory game is the one that is causing us issues. So I can go to the sources tab again, and I can go to components and open memory game. And all this initialization code, I can see the template here. It is pretty interesting to see. I can see my properties being initialized, and I continue looking, and then I have a hint, like I have a function here called card click that receives a card. So I'm going to add a debugger here and see what happens. So yeah, now I'm checking that the unflip cards, funny name, is not running. I'm comparing two cards, I only have one. I set it to flipped. I set my flip card to it. Then I ask if the game passed. So yeah, that works fine. Now I have this unflipped card. And I step through it, and I can see that the cards didn't match, and I got to call this task. And this is an Ember concurrency task. Yeah, this is just a hint. Like I sort of know some of these properties, and I sort of I think this is a task, and we can try like stepping into it. Whenever you step into this, is actually Ember code for getting like when you need to get property of something. So like we're getting this task from the component. We don't want to actually step into that, so we can step out and go back. Yeah, we don't want to go for that one either. Now if you try to again step into it, you will actually be taken to code that is for Ember concurrency. Now the thing is, we won't really see like where the task is fine. But I really want to actually debug the task itself, not Ember concurrency code in this case. So I'm just going to put a debugger here. And one way to do this, because we can try to find this unflip cards function. And yeah, it's like I cannot find the actual code. So when it's like you're having a hard time finding the actual definition of a function, you can use this thing that the Chrome tools do. Is like you take, like here is the task, and the actual function for the task is this one. And whenever you have a function, you will add the function location and a link to the actual file, so we can click there, and now I can actually debug that one. And yeah, now I see, oh, actually we have this big number here, like we probably want to have half a second, not 5 seconds. Now if we want to, as we did before, and just edit it, yeah, we go back, we try it, and it's not really working. Now the reason why this doesn't work as it did when we changed the other case is because this file is actually, the source map is not the actual JS file for your app. Now how do we find the actual JS file? Like, let's close Ember, let's close this one. Now here you will find a JS file with your app's name. If you open it, you will see that it's similar to the one we saw in production, but actually not minified. And you can also find this memory card component here. Memory game, sorry. So it's the same code. And this thing, like if we want to debug this one, you'll notice that it will take you to the source map file. That is because it's actually easier for you to debug that one. But if you want to actually make changes to just try it out, you need to do it on the whole file. So we should find that big number we want to change. So here we have the task. We can try changing it. And then now you see, like we can actually see it work. Okay. So a small recap. Use the inspector. Like there's a lot of information you can get from your app from there, and it will help you, especially in the beginning of a project that you don't know, to figure out the models you have, the structure of a page, and a lot of other things. if you don't know where a function is defined and you're having a hard time figuring it out, but you do have access to the instance, you can always go to the function location. And remember that if you need to edit something to just try it out, you should do it on the actual app file and not on the source map. Now, other talks that you can see that will have a lot more information related also to debugging and also to Ember debugging are listed here. Also, don't forget to read the guides. There's a lot of information there, both for Chrome tools, Firefox tools, and the inspector. Thank you for listening. Again, my name is Samantha. I'm a software developer from Simplabs, and hope you had a nice time. Bye.
Welcome to Kid Time Story Time, where we're preparing for an intergalactic visitor. You know what? Pluto is a real planet, and I don't care what they say. What is happening with Green Bear right now? Now, it's just not right. It's not right. It's because he's a small planet that he should suddenly be demoted. That's just wrong. So, what happened, storyteller? Yes, Red Bear, a little information would be great. Well, yeah, he found out in science class that Pluto is no longer an official planet. And he took it really hard. Yeah, just because you're small does not mean that you can't be mighty and everything. Green Bear. What? Listen, this is not that you're somehow less of a bear because you're the tiny bear. It's not. Oh, just because you're small does not mean that you're not mighty and brave and strong. So don't worry about Pluto. It's just a science thing. It's not a bear thing. Oh, I feel a lot better now. I love you, storyteller. I love you too, Green Bear. Let's go. Pluto visits Earth. And I wonder what Pluto has to say and why he's coming all the way over here to see us. I mean, that's pretty special. It was a quiet day in the universe when Pluto got the news. Hey, Pluto! Shouted Speedy the space rock, who was racing by with his friends. You're not a planet anymore. What are you talking about? Pluto asked, shocked. What do you mean I'm not a planet? It's like somebody saying to you, you're not a person. What? Astronomers on Earth say you're a dwarf planet and not a real planet. A dwarf planet? Wait a minute, tell me more. That's the way the comet crumbles. And Speedy was gone. Wait, is that Frosty the Snowman flying through space? You never know what's floating out there. Pluto turned purple with rage. Oh man, that's deep rage. How can this be? I'm madder than a Martian. Pluto called out to his 3 moons. Do I look small? Not to me, big guy, Nick said. Well, you're twice as big as I am, Sharon said. Well, at least he's got supportive moons. Are these cats and fish and worms? Man, space is where it's happening right now. Pluto thought back. I remember when I was named by Venetia Burney, that nice English girl. The new planet should be called Pluto. That's a Roman god. A Roman god? Wow. But now this, he yelled, a dwarf planet. I'll go visit Earth and demand to be a real planet again. Oh, he's got business with us. And with a mighty thrust, Pluto left his orbit and zoomed towards Earth. He asked other planets to help him out along the way. He saw Neptune in the distance. Halt! Who goes there? Neptune shouted. Friend or UFO? It's me, Pluto. Oh, hi, little buddy. Hey, I heard the big news. That's too bad. What brings you here? Well, I'm on my way to Earth. I want to be a regular planet again. Will you join me? Sorry, Pluto. I'd love to, but I've got 13 moons to look after. I'm just too busy. Oof. 13 moons will keep your planet hands full. Oh well, See you later, Neptune. The other planets were no help either. Uranus was too scared. I might get hit by a meteor shower. Who knew he was such a nervous wreck? Saturn was too vain. Did you ever see such beautiful rings? And Jupiter was too bossy. Get out of my way, small fry. Oh, rude. I don't want his help anyway. Mars? Well, Mars was too distracted. Not today. It's Mars Day. The Martians are celebrating. Pluto didn't even bother visiting Venus or Mercury. They were way too out of his way anyway. So, the Times. Small is the new big. Fabulous food. Pluto is coming. Me. Pluto suffers identity crisis. The Daily Blab. Pluto is mad. Arriving in 2 days. Oh, everybody knows. Okay. Well, news travels fast. Pluto put on the brakes at the Mount Baldy Observatory and hovered above the two shocked astronomers. Two of them stepped forward. Why did you make me a dwarf planet? Pluto thundered. The astronomers trembled. I mean, it's still pretty big for a small dwarf planet. First of all, Mr. Pluto, Astronomer A said in a shaky voice, you are small, much smaller than the other 8 planets. So what? I've still got a big heart. Planets should be larger than their moons, Astronomer B added. And you're not? I don't care. I like being one of the 9 planets in the solar system. Now nobody will know who I am.
Excuse me,
a boy shouted. Hey, there's a boy here.
I have something to say.
The astronomers stepped back, probably relieved that the Pluto was being distracted by the kid.
Pluto, you will always be my favorite,
the child said. Other kids are like, what? This is the craziest field trip ever. I will, Pluto said.
Small or big, it doesn't matter, the child said. You're the best.
Pluto spun around. Well, what do you think of that? I'm special. He looked toward the sun. Well, I better get going. It's so hot in here, I'm starting to melt. Well, there's a lot of ice, so yeah, he should probably get a move on. As Pluto zoomed away, he shouted, goodbye, Earth! See you around the Milky Way! And off he went, past the rocket ship, and the guy with the flying backpack, and the floating Frosty, and the alien life form, and the flying turtle fish, and the comet, and the hot air balloon that got a lot of hot air, and a flying dino. Didn't know that. Oh, wait, and also, who did we just see here? Superman! Well, of course, he's out there. So it was a happy ending. He's okay. But wait, there's some really cool things in here. So Pluto was discovered at that Lowell Observatory that you saw in the book in Flagstaff, Arizona. If you haven't been there, it's beautiful there. Red rocks, only an hour away from the Grand Canyon. We should go sometime. And let's see. Pluto has 3 moons, Charon, Nix, and Hydra. Probably going to be celebrity names one day soon. And it is 1/3 the size of Earth's moon, of our moon. So it's pretty tiny and only twice as large as its own moon, Charon. And look at that. See here? See here? Look at it. There's the sun, there's Mercury, there's us, there's Jupiter, there's Saturn, who's so vain. And over here, this tiny little rock over here. Do I look small with all the space around me? Pluto, you look perfectly fine, just as you are. Isn't that right, Green Bear?
Yeah, he's still special, even though he's a dwarf planet, but that's okay because he's still part of our universe, and he's important, and he's still people's favorite, and that's all that matters.
I feel like you took this whole Pluto thing really personally.
I don't know why, but I think I did.
See you next time, kid. On Kid Time, Story Time, where we love you, big or small.
one of the things that we did to prepare for speaker introductions as hosts was to send our own version of a Ember survey to the speakers. But we got to choose the questions, so we asked the really important questions. Starting with, what is your Harry Potter house? So, if we are to judge by the EmberConf speaker responses, Gryffindor has the most number of EmberConf speakers, followed in second place by Hufflepuff, then Ravenclaw, then I don't know. We have no Slytherin EmberConf people, although post, shout out if you're a member of Slytherin. In fact, everyone should just share what they are, and maybe we can get some comprehensive data on what's happening with the Ember community's Harry Potter houses.
Hey guys, I'm Robbie Wagner, and today I'm going to be talking to you about talking to your dog with Ember. So who am I? I'm CEO of ShipShape. We're a Ember consulting company that also does other various JavaScript things as well. Any kind of apps you might need. We're always around to talk Ember if you want. You can see my email there is robbie@shipshape.io. Feel free to shoot me a line, always happy to chat. Also on the Ember Learning Core Team, and I've written several Ember add-ons you might have used. Ember Math Helpers and Ember Shepherd are some of the more popular ones. Shepherd is a site tour and app tour library that lets you have users check out all your features and show them how to use your app. And a huge part of my life is I love all dogs. You can see me here on the couch with Odie and his Uncle Socks, just chilling. Odie has an Instagram, Odie La Frenchie, so if you're so inclined to follow him, check it out, some good stuff on there. And I'm RW Wagner 90 pretty much everywhere across the internet, so Twitter, GitHub, anything like that. Feel free to drop me a line at any of those places as well. So the motivation behind this talk is I always thought it would be cool to understand what Odie is barking about. And he barks a lot. He barks at people coming in the house. He barks at his ball, which you'll see here, playfully. And all of them are just crazy random barks sometimes, and you don't know what he's doing. So here's an example. So as you can see, he squeaks his toy and barks along with it like he's singing or playing or something here. So I'm going to give you a brief demo of our prototype here. It's built in Ember on Octane, of course, using Glimmer components, all that good stuff. So the site is wolf.plus, and it supports both file uploads and microphone input. So you can go to file upload and you can upload this same video that I just showed you with the squeaking of the toy. And you can see it results in a playful result. So what about something that's less playful? How about Odie barking at the mailman dropping mail through the slot? So this one says, alert, your dog may be alerting you to a potential problem or intruder nearby. So you can also use microphone input because it's not super practical to have an audio or video file handy all the time. So you can hit start recording here. And you can see that it says this is a greeting. If there's one spike bark, instead of prolonged barks, it's frequently a greeting. And the code for this is all open source. It's on GitHub. Would love to have some people contribute to it with us, help us make it better. It's all Ember, all web audio API as well. Check it out, give us some feedback. Hope to work with you. So back to the idea for this talk. I was sitting around with Chuck, our COO, and we were talking about the EmberConf CFP that had just opened up and what ideas we could submit for talks. And this immediately came to mind because Chuck had just met Odie that day and he had had lots of different barking encounters with him, both aggressive and playful, and saw all the different sides of Odie's barks. And we were just thinking, wow, it would be nice to be able to decode these and kind of talk to him and know what he's thinking. So that was the idea for the app. So the process was to first investigate Web Audio API, which is an API for working with audio and video in JavaScript, and then determine different dog bark types. And studies have shown that both dogs and humans can tell the difference between several different bark types, and even different ones from dogs they know and are familiar with versus others. So there's definitely something to these barks that is in the data that we could get out and decipher to try to determine what the different meanings are. But the problem is, never used Web Audio API before and not really sure if it does exactly what we need or how to use it to get the data we want out, etc. So first thing we do is Google it to see if it'll work. So I Googled Web Audio API Analyze Sound and got a lot of good stuff actually. There were several real-time analysis examples and of course the official docs from Mozilla and some Stack Overflow posts that kind of helped explain what the docs were talking about because they're a little terse and helped connect that with the examples and really give me a better understanding of the types of things that Web Audio API could even do. So some of the things it does do, the main thing we were focusing on here, because we're analyzing sound, is appropriately named the Analyzer node. And the Analyzer node, at its core, just lets you get frequency and time domain data. Now, frequency is essentially the pitch. The higher the frequency, the higher the pitch. And the time domain data is the wavelength, which the higher the amplitude or the top of the wave, the louder it is. So time domain, waveform, amplitude all mean basically loudness. So there's two methods to get this type of data from your audio or video files, and they're appropriately named get byte frequency data and get byte time domain data. And these both give you similar data. That's an array of numbers telling you the decibels or wave values of your frequency and time domain data. And it does a lot of other fancy stuff too that I didn't fully understand, like lets you use fast Fourier transforms, stuff like that. But basically that just lets you set how many samples of data you want to get. So your frequency bin count is half of that, and that says I want X number of samples from my audio. So for my first attempt, I was kind of naive and I thought, I've heard of video and audio elements in HTML, so maybe we should just use that and populate the source with a video or audio file. And that is supported by Web Audio API. There is a method, create media element source, which basically lets you take source data from an audio or video file and use that in Web Audio API. The problem is it has to be playing when you use the methods on it or it's not going to get any data. and you'd have to call it a whole bunch of times, make sure it's playing, start, stop, do a bunch of different stuff to get all of the data you actually need from the source. I also was only getting frequency data at first. I wasn't really sure if I needed frequency or wavelength or what they did differently. And so the frequency data I was getting was only while the file was playing. I would take a small sample of frequency data, which would basically just tell me the pitch of a tiny, tiny little section of the file, which isn't super helpful for determining dog barks and types. So these small data snippets weren't super useful, and even when we got them and they were reliable data, wasn't really sure how to use that data to its fullest potential. So I did some more Googling, played with the API some more, tried to figure out a better way to do this. So the thing I learned from attempt 1 to attempt 2 was playing the file while you're analyzing it is not ideal, because you don't want it to just be playing the whole time. And say it's a 20-second file, you have to wait 20 seconds for it to finish playing to fully analyze it. It's just kind of clunky and not ideal. So Web Audio API gives you a thing called offline audio context, which is much better, because then instead of just playing the file and taking little samples, you can load the entire file into a buffer. And then you can take that buffer and use get byte time domain data. So you're basically getting the loudness of your sample across time, and you do it for the whole thing, for the whole buffer. So then you can see where it spikes. There are barks potentially, because it's spiked, which means it's louder, so there might be a bark there. We also hooked up the ability to upload files using a really helpful add-on, Ember File Upload, and it makes it super easy to upload files, do drag and drop to upload files, all this good stuff. And we also built in the ability to use the microphone, so you can use get user media to get the microphone data, and started exploring visualizations, heavily borrowing from this visualizing audio series that has a lot of great examples showing how to do a bunch of these different things. I'm going to show you a little bit about what we've been doing to do some of this stuff. So everything is a Glimmer component, and the audio capturer, as I just mentioned, uses this get user media method. So basically this thing just uses a built-in method, grabs some audio from your microphone, and passes that into the audio analyzer. So on the flip side, you can use the audio uploader, which is basically just a wrapper for Ember File Upload. And it's going to do the same thing. When you add a file, it's going to pass all that data to our service. And the service is where the magic happens. It's this audio analyzer service. And it is essentially just wrapping vanilla JavaScript. So there's no crazy stuff to do here that's Ember specific or anything that would trip you up. It's essentially, you can just tie all these things together in the various components into this one service and get a nice neat package that Ember provides to help wrap this thing we're doing here. And the magic is this analyze audio function, which takes the thing I just mentioned, the offline audio context, which is just a fancy way of saying we have a buffer of audio and we want to take that audio and pass it into a function while it's being processed so that we can get the data out that we need to determine the dog barks. And that's provided down here. So you can see as it's processed, we do some different things to get data out. And we'll talk more about those later. So the next part is actually figuring out dog bark science. And I'm not an expert in dog barks. This project is based off of several different scientific studies where they are experts in this, but it's based on my personal interpretation of these results. So if you find anything that's not super accurate, please let me know. We would love to keep improving it. So these studies that I mentioned, they found that dog barks are somewhere in the 250 to 4,000 hertz range at most shelters. They just measured output of dogs barking at shelters, got that data, and they also determined that all breeds have some part of their bark that's in the 1,000 to 2,000 hertz range. So you can be sure that within those ranges and somewhere in the 80 to 90 decibels range from about 5 meters away is all kind of the spectrum of dog bark data, and anything outside of that can be mostly thrown out. So there are 3 to 4 buckets of bark types we're going to focus on for this project. And the first one is more of an alert style bark, which could be rapid barking at a mid-range pitch. And it can signal to the pack that there's a problem and you want the pack leader to come check it out, or maybe there's an intruder coming in or things like that. Then there are happier ones like greeting or playful. So it might be one bark for a greeting, or for playful it could be like stutter bark or various different happier barks. And for distress barking, that kind of is a broad category for now, but it kind of would be if they're lonely or in need of companionship, or even if they were hurt or scared or things like that. But even with just these few buckets and the small amount of data we have, there are seemingly infinite combinations of different nuanced dog bark types. So we're just going to focus on these as broad categories for now. So as I mentioned, dog barks are only in the 250 to 4,000 hertz range. So anything above that we can go ahead and take out, because we don't need that anymore. We only care about the stuff in the range that a dog bark could be in. So once we know the limit of pitches essentially there from the frequency, we want to find where it spikes. So if there is a spike, we know a dog probably barked there. So if the loudness goes up really sharply and then falls, and then there's another really sharp loudness, we can assume maybe there's 2 barks there. So we're going to take all of the data from that and essentially get the averages, or the modes also sometimes, of these things to decide whether it's a low, mid, or high pitched bark. And then we're going to take that data and map it further to determine how many barks there were, and exactly the nuanced meaning behind the bark. So we've talked a lot about vanilla JavaScript and the web audio API here, and that's by design. This is what we use the most of in this. But I think it really shows that Ember can shine as a great building block and starting point for projects like this. Pretty much anything you want to do can be built into Ember. And Ember has strong conventions that help you structure the way your files are laid out, and has things like add-ons that you can install, which make working with different functionality super easy. You don't have to worry about all the plumbing, it just kind of works. And Glimmer components are great for all the power Glimmer provides and all the tracked properties now and all that stuff. A lot closer to vanilla JavaScript implementations, and if you haven't checked it out, you should definitely check out the new stuff. But the main things that we got here are Ember Service Worker, which allows our app to work offline, and Ember Web App, which allows our app to be installed. So you can install it anywhere progressive web apps can be installed, so Chrome, phones, etc. So give a little look into that here. So if you see this little plus button, you can click that and install it. And then you can run it as essentially an app on your computer. That's wrapped around Chrome, obviously, but it's pretty cool. And then you can have it on your home screen, on your phone, and things like that too. So that stuff is driven by just those couple add-ons, Ember Service Worker and Ember Web App. And you pretty much just install those. And Ember Service Worker has a lot of different packages. We're using the Prember package here so that we can do fast boot and Prember, and everything is Jamstack static stuff. And let's see. So there's a manifest.js that you can do with Ember Web App, which lets you set your name of your app and description and your different icons and things so that when you go to install it on various devices, it looks and feels and behaves like you expect it to. Oops. So let's look at some of the bark type utilities here and things that we're using to get some of the more specific bark data. So the methods that matter the most here are this determine bark occurred, which basically just checks the different loudness values and tells you if a bark occurred in that segment or not. And there's a determine bark pitch, which is basically going to tell you was the bark low, mid, or high pitch. So we can use those to then go into this determine bark type function and kind of check how many there were, what their pitches were, and map it to those types of barks we were talking about earlier. So if there's one bark and it's high, it's an alert. If there's one bark and it's low, it's distress. And otherwise, if it's kind of mid-range, it's probably just a greeting. And if it's two, it's usually a greeting. And then for more than two, you've got, if it has some mid frequencies, it's playful, and other ones can also be playful, but if it's all low, it's usually alert. It's more aggressive, low repeated barks. So that's kind of how we're getting the data to map to the bark types there. And in the future, there are several things we could do. We can add more bark types. We basically have only those 3 to 4 rough categories now, but there are at least 10 basic minimum types, and we could support those. The one that's most interesting to me would be to support the lonely bark, where it's a string of barks followed by a long period of silence followed by more barks, because that's kind of saying, is anyone there? I'm lonely. And that would help you identify episodes of separation anxiety for dogs that have problems with that. And we could also refine the frequency ranges a bit, because right now we just have the 3 buckets, the low, mid, and high, and we could have a mid-high, mid-low, etc. And that would help us kind of refine even more which maps to which frequency. And the coolest part of the new features is we could add a talk back feature, which I think would be the standout feature of this app. So if your dog says something to you and then you record it and get a response, it could take various dog barks that it finds that would respond in the way you want to respond to that bark, and build a custom bark to respond to them of the exact frequency and number of barks for the response. And then you could kind of go back and forth and maybe communicate things with them and kind of tell them what to do and how you feel. And that would help break down barriers between the normal communication of you and your dog. So the demo that we played with is out on wolf.plus right now. You can try it out. Please do. Please let us know if you encounter any issues. These are some of the sources we use: the Web Audio API docs, Stack Overflow posts, articles about dog barks, and visualizations and things of the Web Audio API. And thank you for listening and for your attention. Again, I'm Robbie Wagner. You can always chat with me about Ember. Please do in Discord or via email or however you want to reach out. I'm RWWagner90 on Discord. I'll be hanging out there pretty much all the time, and you can email me at robbie@shipshape.io. Would love to talk with you. Thanks for your time.
Hi everybody, we're back again for some music time. I'm really excited to make some music with you guys. Did you know, I've been learning all day that some of these have more names, you guys, more names. So we know that this is Toothless now, right? We know that this is Arnie. Did I tell you that this is Arnie? This is Meow Meow. He's my son's stuffed cat. This is my daughter's stuffed armadillo. This is Roo. This is our teddy bear that we use in lots of our music classes. And I just spaced that we had named him Roo. So, and then this is our very special elephant from Sri Lanka, and her name is Lanka. Okay? And poor Frog, his name is Frog, okay? So when we sing hello, we're gonna sing hello to all their names, okay? And Frog is gonna be Frog. Hello, everybody, so glad to see you. Hello, everybody, we're so glad to see you too. Hello, Roo, to Roo, so glad to see you. Hello, Toothless, to Toothless, so glad to see you too. Hello, Arnie, to Arnie, so glad to see you. Hello, Lanka, to Lanka, so glad to see you too. Hello, Meow Meow, to Meow Meow, so glad to see you. Hello, Frog, to Frog, so glad to see you too. Hello, to all the babies, so glad to see you. Hello, to all the toddlers, so glad to see you too. Hello, to all the big kids, so glad to see you. Hello, to all the grown-ups and Kayla, so glad to see you too. Hello, everybody, so glad to see you. Hello, everybody, we're so glad to see you. I'm really glad to see you guys today and to make music together. I want to teach you a couple more new songs. Is that okay? Today, you don't need anything else from your house, okay? Unless you want your stuffed animals, okay? Sing hello to them real fast. And we're going to use a book a little bit later on, okay? But other than that, I think we're good to go, okay? Here's our first song. Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack, jump over the candlestick. Jack, jump high. Jack, jump low. Jack jumped low and stubbed his toe. Oh, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack, jump over the candlestick. Jack jumped high. Jack jumped low. Jack jumped low and stubbed his other toe. Oh, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack, jump over the candlestick. Jack jumped high. Jack jumped low. Jack jumped low and stubbed his knee. Oh, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. Jack jumped high. Jack jumped low. What's he gonna stub next? Jack jumped low and stubbed his toes, all of them. Oh, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. Jack jumped high. Jack jumped low. What did he stub? Jack jumped low and stubbed his ear. Oh, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. Jack jumped high, Jack jumped low. Jack jumped low and stubbed his elbow. Oh, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. Jack jumped high, Jack jumped low. Let's do one more. Jack jumped low and stubbed his nose. Oh, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick. Jack jumped high and he made it. Phew. Oh, so that's another fun song that you can just keep going and going and going. Jack jumped high, Jack jumped low, and stubbed all sorts of things, okay? If you have your kazoo nearby, I know I told you that we weren't going to need it, but you can use it. If not, you can use your imaginary trumpet, okay? We're going to use a lot of instruments in this song, okay? I'm going to use my kazoo on the first verse, okay? You can use your trumpet, or you can just use your voice, okay? You can sing la 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 la. Du, 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 du. All right, if you know this one, will you sing it with me? Do 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 oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, how I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Everyone get your violins out. We're going to play lots of instruments. Here's our first one. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Nice playing. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. How about a flute? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. How about some drums? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A bum, 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 bum. What instrument should we do now? I hear guitar, piano, banjo, cello. Okay, you choose one. I think I'm gonna play my guitar, okay? Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strum. All right, everybody get your own instrument to play. We're gonna play them at the same time. And we're gonna be a band, okay? I might change different instruments as we go, okay? So feel free to play as many or as few as you want, okay? Ready? Go. Strum, strum, strum. Strum, 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 strum. Strum, 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 strums. I'm switching. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Ding, 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 ding. Let's sing with our voices. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, how I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Yeah. Cool. Your family can become a band, okay? You can each choose your own instrument to play. If you have actual instruments at home you can play, that would be even great. I want to read you guys a book, okay? You might know this. It's an old nursery rhyme, Hey Diddle Diddle. And we put in some notes to it, okay? Hey Diddle Diddle. Illustrated by Deborah Melman. There's a couple intro pages here that we need to get past. Hey diddle diddle, the cat in the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, yeah. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Do you guys see the dish? Oh man, he's running away. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, yeah. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. What is happening? The cow keeps jumping over the moon, and the dish keeps running away with the spoon. What happens next? Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, yeah. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. I think the cow actually jumped over the moon on that last one. How fun. So another way to make music at home, grown-ups, is through books, okay? Not all books lend themselves to be musical, but some do, okay? If you have a book of nursery rhymes, you can put some tunes to it. You can just speak them in a rhythmic way, too. And we have some of these books, too, at musictogether.com that lend themselves to being sung. Actually, it comes with a song download card, too. So if you happen to get one of those, you can download the song as well, and you can sing with it as you read through the book. All right. Thank you all for making music together with me today. I think this is going to be our last video, okay? So we're going to sing our goodbye song that we sing in our Music Together classes. If you're interested in Music Together and, hey, what is this thing called Music Together? You can go to musictogether.com. You can find a class. There's classes all over the world, you guys, and you can see if there's one near you, okay? Here's our song. Goodbye, so long, farewell, my friends. Goodbye, so long, farewell. We'll see you soon again, my friends. So goodbye, so long, farewell. Goodbye to the babies, goodbye to the toddlers, goodbye, so long, farewell. Goodbye to all the big kids, goodbye to all our friends, and goodbye, so long, farewell. We'll see you soon again, and then we'll make music together again. Thanks for spending some time with me today, you guys, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name's Derek Gabby. I'm presenting to you today from the comfort of my home in rural Alberta, Canada, where yet another winter storm seems to be rolling in. Today I'm going to chat to you about what it is to be a moderate programmer, why becoming one will make you a better programmer, and maybe more importantly, a better teammate. First, a little bit about me. I'm the front-end lead at Inclusive, where we do public relations analytics for large brands such as Lyft, Airbnb, etc. I've been using Ember for over 6+ years, since pre-1.0, since pre-Ember CLI, and still using it for work and for pleasure today. This is my 4th time at Ember Conference and my first time speaking at it. My first time attending virtually as well, as it is for all of you too. So first off, what do I mean by moderate? I mean avoiding extremes of behavior. I'm just going to tell you a little story about why this matters to me. I've been a programmer now professionally for over 20 years, and I've been through a lot of changes in the field, especially in front-end programming. And I've done almost every single one of the things I'm telling you to avoid today. And I think it's really important to share this story because especially junior developers and other developers who are coming up, you're likely to make a lot of these. And I'm hoping that I can shed some light on my path to what I hope, anyway, is becoming a better programmer. First off, this is not moderate. I do not recommend jumping into your tub. So I don't know if it's in our DNA or if it's in our culture, but extreme behaviors seem to be endemic around programmers, and we have to work harder than others at actually, curbing that behavior. It's so much in our culture. We even have extreme programming as a programming paradigm that's been used by a lot of people over the years. So yeah, like I said, we have to work a little harder at curbing those behaviors. So this quote, moderation in all things, including moderation. For everything I'm going to tell you today, there's of course reasons to ignore my advice, and sometimes we do have to go all in on something and do an extreme behavior depending on the thing. However, I do think that we should be fighting for the middle ground, not only in programming, but really in life itself. So this quote was brought to you by my mother. Well, actually it was Oscar Wilde, or before that, apparently this quote can be attributed to Socrates. So the idea of moderation in society and as human has been around for as long as we've had society. So first item is the moderate programmer names things appropriately, but with enough detail. So let's dive into some examples of that. Here at the top, we have a not specifically enough named array. So we have an array of items that contains a name of Canada, which I guess is a country, although it just says name, so I'm not sure. Code is CA. Well, what kind of code? Well, let's go into a too specifically named example. Now we have country ISO code objects, which is better, but that's pretty long. And oh, look, we're repeating country ISO twice. So that's a lot to read, a lot to look at. That's going to make it more difficult for someone looking at it after. In the moderate way, on the bottom, we have all countries, name is Canada, and the ISO code is CA. So now we have a little bit more information about that. That's going to be easier for someone to read. Let's go through some rules about naming things. You should name things 3 words or less, whether that's a variable or a function or a class. Any more than that, and it's probably too verbose. We should avoid jargon and metaphors. Try not using the words factory or object or class. All of those things are repetitive and do cause problems in the code. You should also use plurals where appropriate. This would be in the case of arrays or collections or maps. It signals to your teammates or for you looking at your code in the future that this in fact is multiple items. Makes it easier to understand. Also for Booleans, prefix with is, has, can. Again, this is another trigger when we're looking at it at the code later. It's much more clear that this is in fact a Boolean if it has those words in front of it. For functions, use a verb, then a noun like get users, find admin, things like that. Number 2, the moderate programmer writes small functions, but not too many. So again, here's another example. This function is doing far too much. We got set country for user, and we're passing in an ISO code and a save user, which I think is a flag. It's a little bit hard to understand though. Not that this function has too many lines, it's only about 10, but that is doing conceptually too many things. So let's break it up. Oh, we've broken it up far too much. Look at this. We got now 4 functions where we had 1 before. So now we got to get user, get ISO code, save user, get country, and then the main function start save user. Well, this isn't quite right. It's going to be really difficult because every time we get to it, const user equals this user. Okay, what does this get user get? So now we jump up, have to look at it. This becomes a lot more difficult to understand. Here's a nice moderate example of writing small functions. We have now 2 functions. Both do one thing conceptually. The first one gets the country code or gets the country name from the ISO code. The second saves the user. We check if the user is valid. We see if we get the country, set it to the user, save the user, and set a user flag. So much more easy to understand this code than the last two examples. So again, some rules. A function should conceptually do one thing. Beware of how many flags you have in arguments. Any flags, even one, is probably a sign that your function's doing too many things, and you may want to reconsider that. Beware of how many arguments you're passing to a function. Again, too many arguments, I'd say even more than 3, and that's probably, again, a good indicator that it likely should be refactored. Components are functions too, and this is really important. So everything I said here also applies to your component creation, because conceptually, components are functions as well. So your component should do one thing. You should be aware of how many flags you're passing to your component, as well as how many arguments, or in the case of components, properties, you're passing to it. So number 3, the moderate programmer writes tests, but only enough. So you've probably seen this before. Eat food, not too much, mostly plants. This is a nice moderate take on eating by Michael Pollan. And in programming, we have this. So Guillermo wrote this a while ago. Write tests, not too many, mostly integration. Now, if you take the idea that writing tests is like a nutritional balance for your program, they have some similar parallels. So we're writing tests because if we don't write tests, we're starving our program. Not too many, because too many and our program's going to become bloated. And we mostly want to do integration. Now, why do we want to mostly do integration? Because integration gives you the best balance of knowing enough about the program to find regressions, and not enough that it's going to become tripped up over changes that aren't important, that don't need to be caught in a regression test. So again, some rules. Write your tests and write them immediately, or you probably won't write them. So I'm not saying that you need to do test-driven development. I'm saying that you should make sure that you have tests in your own PR right away. Ember integration tests are your best bet. Again, they're the perfect middle ground, or the perfect moderate ground in where you're going to the best bang for your buck when it comes to testing. Unit tests know too much about the implementation. I'm not saying don't do unit tests. They're important, just as important. However, you should be using them sparingly and only when it's important for a regression to be caught. Acceptance tests can also become too fragile, and they don't really know enough about your program. So they're often catching things where they shouldn't be. And it becomes that you're fixing tests more than you're fixing problems. So don't forget, you have diminishing returns after whatever percent of code coverage. This is different for every team and every project. I'd consider talking to your team about that to see just how many tests do you need to catch those regressions, to catch any bugs that you might introduce. So the moderate programmer refactors, but only eventually. This talk by Sandy Metz in 2014 at Rails Conference was really great, and she talked about refactoring. You don't need to be a Ruby developer or even a Rails developer to understand this talk. I highly recommend it. She says one thing in that really resonated with me, and she says duplication is far cheaper than the wrong abstraction. She even has a blog post specifically about that, and I think it's really important. But above that, I've written write ugly code. And that's the one thing, if you're only going to take one thing from my talk today, I want you to take that. I want you to have permission to yourself to write ugly code. Because unless you write ugly code, you're not going to know what beautiful code is. You're not going to know what the right abstraction is going to be. You also might make it harder for your teammates to read the code. So it's really important that at least at first you write ugly code. It's okay to write those for loops instead of a filter. It's okay to write the if statements. It's okay to write the ugly code. So this came up the other day. Jeff Atwood tweeted, The older I get, the more I enjoy dumb, verbose code over fancy, concise code. And I thought this kind of summed up what I was talking about fairly well. So you can see at the top, it's a much more complicated thing to understand than below. So again, some rules. Rule of 3, abstract on your third duplication. If you're going to refactor, it's okay if you leave some duplication in your code. That's not a sin. You absolutely can do it. In fact, you probably want to do it up to your third time. At that point, you should be considering what the right abstraction should be. Will future me or my teammates understand this better? And when I say future me, I don't mean future me that has been working on this code for 3 days and knows it inside out, but future me who's been tired, who is underslept, and who is now stressed because they have to figure out that code. That's a different person than you are when you're writing it. So you really want to consider that. Weigh the costs of the refactor. Is this going to be better for the program, or is it just clever? Like, is it going to stop bugs from coming up? Is it going to be easier for my teammates to read? And I think that that's maybe the most important key, is you should be erring towards easier to read rather than easier to write. So the moderate program gives up, but not forever. So there's a number of examples about this. Let's go through each type of giving up. First off, give up and ask someone for help. And this is probably the most important versions of the giving up. If you're struggling with trying to get some code written, if you're not sure and you banged your head against your monitor for 3 hours, it's definitely time to give up and ask someone for help. That could be a teammate, it could be online, it could be in Discord, it could be just a Stack Overflow search, but it's really important to stop and do that. Also, I've found that while asking for someone for help, within minutes of trying to explain the problem, I've already solved it in my head, and I don't even need to talk to someone anymore. So it's more important that we need to do this and not just power through when we're struggling. Also, give up and take a break. Take a walk, play a guitar, do some yoga, whatever it is that takes you away from programming, even if that's just for 15 minutes. That will clear your mind and make it easier to solve your problems. And finally, give up and throw out your code. It's okay. You can write your code 2-3 times, and sometimes you have to struggle through it once or twice before you find the right way to do it. So I'd say it's okay to throw out your code. You probably want to get stashed at first. You'd be surprised at how many times you might need it. So let's sum up what we've been through today. We talked about the moderate programmer names things, but with enough detail. Writes small functions, but not too many. Writes only enough tests. Refactors their code eventually. And the moderate programmer knows when to temporarily give up. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you listening to my talk. And please reach out to me on Discord or wherever you can find me. And I would love to chat to you more about this. Thank you again.
So this year, one of the questions that I asked all of the speakers was, what is a piece of advice that you would give yourself as a new developer, or particularly as a new Ember developer? And the majority of the responses I received all revolved around community. It was mostly reach out to the community, don't be scared, I wish I had reached out sooner, ask questions, get involved, message someone on Discord. Don't be afraid to reach out and get involved with this incredible community that surrounds Ember. So I would just encourage everyone to keep this momentum going. I know amazing connections have been made on Discord and on the conference app. And yeah, keep talking, keep discussing. We are all in this together, and that's a great feeling.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or good night, depending on in which time zone you're currently watching this live stream of EmberConf 2020. I'm Annegreet, and I'm going to tell you something today about contributing and why it may seem scary. And to be honest, this is quite scary, recording this talk. But I'm doing it anyway because I really want to share my excitement about the topic of contributing. But first, something more about me. I started studying psychology here in Enschede in 2010. I started doing my psychology bachelor's degree, and after that I completed my master's in human media interaction, mostly focused on user-centered design. After that, I started working at a company called Netlify, just half an hour drive from here, where I started with a traineeship. The goal of the traineeship was to become a software developer, and that's what I am today. I'm a Rails developer doing a lot of CoffeeScript because we use a lot of server-side rendered templates. Currently, we're moving towards something more modern, using a JavaScript framework. And the JavaScript framework is Vue. A lot of you would have expected Ember, but that's not the case. I'm not an Ember developer, nor do I do any Ember coding in my spare time. But I ended up doing some contributing for Ember. And it all started in 2018, when I was the Zoe on the left side of this Ember logo, and I ended up volunteering. I ran around most of the time in a green shirt and during a few lunch breaks in the Zoe suit. And I have to say, running around in a Zoe suit has been the hardest contributing I've done so far. If we fast forward approximately 11 months, we end up in Brussels, at FOSDEM. FOSDEM is a large open source conference with over 8,000 people attending and over 800 talks. That year I joined the open source design room because design was really something that I liked and thought that I could understand. All the people there were really passionate about their contribution to open source. And what I found out was that their contribution was not only not technical, but it was valued. So I decided I wanted to contribute to a framework that I knew with people that I thought could help me. So 2 weeks later, I opened my first pull request. It was for Ember and it was for the release blog. And luckily I had some help. This guy helped me a lot with my PR. Even though my PR is only 4 lines of code, I was luckily able to copy and paste a lot from the RFC. Just copying this and these 4 lines of code didn't make it any less valuable. It ended up on the Ember map screencast of Ember Octane. And after the encouragement I got from Kenneth, but also other people that read the blog, I decided to write more. And since then I've been writing a lot of PRs for the Ember Times. Next to writing, I've also been adding a lot of Zoes and Tomsters to the website. The cool thing is that this is not really hard. It's just 4 or 5 lines of code. But it shows to everybody who has a Tomster that their Tomster is valued too. If we forward to October, I ended up at EmberFest. After contributing and volunteering at EmberConf 2 years in a row, I decided to volunteer at EmberFest. But next to the volunteering, I also gave a talk. I gave a lightning talk about contributing and that everybody can contribute, because after talking to somebody there who was surprised that I wrote for the Ember Times, even though I'm not in a core team, I don't do any Ember development, I realized that it's important that everybody realizes their value and what they can contribute to a framework like Ember. So let's talk about contributing. Contributing is something that we all see different. So some of you might see contributing as adding and removing lines of code from a repository. Others of you who are like me might view it as running around in a Zoe suit or setting up a meetup. The cool thing is there is a specification for this called the All Contributors spec, which shows all the different kinds of contributions people can make to your repository or your framework. So people who are giving a talk, even if they're currently recording it somewhere, they are contributing to this. But also the people who ask questions on Discord. Leia is of course a huge contributor to Ember by making this all possible. But there's also a reason why people do this. There are psychological things that we can look at and learn from when we want to entice more people into contributing. And the first of it is motivation. Motivation is really important in understanding why people contribute. Social norms is something we can use to get people to contribute. And the community which Ember has and should be really proud of is something that keeps people interested in contributing. So let's first look at motivation. There are two kinds of motivation. There is intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is something from within. Wanting to help people comes from within and is cool intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation might be that your boss wants a bug fixed. The cool thing is that it doesn't really matter what kind of motivation people have. If they do something from it, then they end up with a feeling of satisfaction. And the feeling of satisfaction is something we as a community can enlarge. If we give gratitude to the people who contribute, if we acknowledge their contributions, they will feel this sense of satisfaction, and when they feel it, they will be more likely to contribute to Ember. The next thing is social norms. Social norms is a psychological term that we use to describe the situation where somebody asks someone something and they say yes. So for example, if Leia asks me to upload the Zoes and Tomsters to the website and I say yes, that's social norms in effect. And the cool thing is that if somebody asks you to do something, you already feel encouraged that that person chose you. So if we as a community invite people this way to contribute, they are really likely to do it as well. And the cool thing is that they then experience the community. And community is really important within Ember. But also within the general sense of the society. There are two kinds of things we can look at from a community standpoint. And the first of all is psychological sense of community. What this actually means is that you feel aligned with a community because their values match with yours. And I found some tweets that nicely illustrate that. So Scott tweeted that the principles of the Ember community are so in line with basic human goodness, and that things like caring and teaching are at the core of a lot of members of the community. This really nicely illustrates the sense of this psychological sense of community. And just this morning I found this tweet of John, who was really sad that he couldn't go to EmberConf, but that the fact that we're now able to share this experience in the virtual world is so cool. This also shows his feeling of the sense of community with the Ember community. And then just, I think 2 hours before I'm recording this, I found this tweet by Kenneth, who said that he was going to open up more of his time to help people to get contributing. And he wants to enlarge in the psychological sense of community for people who are getting started. And the cool thing is, it's not only something that happens online. By organizing meetups like the Chennai meetup does here, or by taking a picture with all the women at the last EmberConf, or by attending EmberConf last year in person, we get a feeling of this psychological sense of community. We get a feeling of the values that we share with each other. And even today, we have that feeling in the virtual world. There are a lot of people currently watching this live stream, they're chatting, there are people watching it in VR. And the cool thing is that this psychological sense of community that we're now experiencing, and I hope you're experiencing it with me too, can turn into community commitment. And the cool thing about community commitment is that it's something that makes sure that people keep contributing. Luckily, a lot of Ember people tweet, so I found another tweet to show you this psychological concept. Melanie tweeted, "I'm switching to React," as an answer to the question what she would tweet once she was kidnapped, to show us what happened. And this shows so nicely that the identity that Melanie has is so closely linked to Ember that we immediately would recognize this. And this community commitment has to do with loyalty. So people are willing to exert effort on behalf of this community. People will share their experiences, and by sharing their experiences, they make sure that they're more likely to keep contributing. So the cool thing is that if we as a community start talking to each other and exposing it to the outside world, we're as a community getting tighter. So what can we learn from what I told you today? First of all, make sure that you thank everybody. Of course, this is common courtesy, but be aware of all the people that help you when you have an add-on or when you're organizing a meetup. Make sure that you're not only acknowledging people who create the PR, but also the people that help the PR take more shape. The next thing we as a community could do is ask people to contribute to their strengths. Asking someone to contribute will hopefully give them a cool sense that they can do it. But if you ask them to contribute to their strengths, they're even more likely to feel really satisfied afterwards. And the last thing I want to encourage all of you, even if you're now sitting in your sweatpants at home, is talk about Ember. Maybe not talk like somebody in real life, but make a blog or tweet about it or fight the righteous fight at the JavaScript Reddit to make Ember cool there too. But by talking about Ember, you're creating a better community commitment for yourself, but you're also able to ask and invite people in to join Ember. So this is something that I wanted to share with you. And I want to tell you to do it. It might seem scary. You might feel really weird at first talking to people about this thing that's really important to you, but do it anyway. It's not that hard. You can start by just creating a PR somewhere or just writing a simple blog. And as the community grows, we will be there for you. Just like Kenneth was there for my first PR, there are a lot of people on Discord, on the GitHub repos that will really, really like to help you. So thank you. You can find me on GitHub. You can find me on Twitter, on Instagram. My slides are unnoticed. And if you have any questions, just send me a message on Discord. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone and welcome to EmberConf 2020. Now, I can't see any of your faces, but I can already tell that you're virtually brimming with excitement for this year's talk. So let's get started. When I talk about the Octane octopus, what I'm referring to is this idea that because Octane represents so many new features being introduced into the Ember ecosystem, that it's going to be a daunting task to migrate your existing code onto Octane itself. However, I'm here today to show you a migration path that not only breaks down the migration into individual cohesive steps, but also allows you and your team to stay productive building new features in Octane even before your existing code is finished migrating. So a little bit about myself. My name is Jordan Hawker. I'm a staff front-end engineer at LinkedIn. I've been working at LinkedIn for about a year and a half. And this is my dog, Cooper. He's an Australian cattle dog, 4 years old, and he's absolutely adorable, so you get a picture of him. I work on the LinkedIn Talent Solutions team at LinkedIn, and we build products to help people build teams. So we have a bunch of different features to our platform, including talent insights, job postings, candidate sourcing, and so on, all of which are built with Ember. We maintain 3 different applications just within our organization, and we have nearly 50 internal add-ons that solely power these applications, in addition to dozens more add-ons that are either supported company-wide or come from you, the community. So why is the migration experience itself important? Well, past migrations have sucked, as many of you probably know. If you have existing code, it can be a daunting task to figure out, how do I actually adopt new features? Many of you have been in the community for a while, maybe remember going from Ember 1.0 to Ember 2.0. That took a while. There were a lot of big changes that had to be incorporated. And I think one of the great things about the Ember community is that we continue to learn and improve every time we go through a process like this. And I think Ember Octane is the epitome of that. It's important to make sure that your application stays stable throughout the entire migration process so that you're not introducing regressions as you're trying to refactor your code. And additionally, because teams are always trying to deliver new things while they're upgrading their code, it's important to stay productive, and we need a migration process that supports that. Now, for those of you who don't yet know about Octane, I'm going to give you a little bit of background here. I'm sure you're about to learn a lot more about that throughout EmberConf, so here's just a brief primer. So Octane is an addition of Ember that represents a set of new features meant to fundamentally modernize and improve the way that we write Ember applications. Why should you migrate to it? Well, it adopts a lot of modern JavaScript features, and it brings in new patterns that streamline components, state management, and a lot of the other ways that we think about our Ember applications. In addition, Octane is interoperable with classic Ember patterns, so you can continue building new features in Octane while you're migrating off of your old classic Ember code. It's important that as a community we cross this bridge together so that everyone has the opportunity to end up in Octane and adopt the features that they want to bring into their application. So there are a lot of different features included in the Octane edition, and you're going to learn a lot more about them this week. But here's a brief list of what you have to look forward to. Angle bracket syntax, native classes, named arguments, ES5 getters, modifiers, Glimmer components, and tracked properties. Now, when we thought about tackling Octane migration for our code base, we had to design an approach that fit our team. And I think that talking to members of the community and talking to people on the core team, we have a lot of the same goals in mind. So what is it that we actually want to accomplish as a community as we're migrating to Octane? Well, we want to unlock new features quickly. Everybody has the opportunity to use new features if we make them available in the code base. And that's a great way to improve developer happiness. Additionally, we want to reduce the manual refactoring cost. Anything that can be automated should be automated. Additionally, we need to minimize the overhead of learning new patterns. We don't want to dump a ton of new stuff on our developers all at once. It's better to be able to introduce things in chunks so that people can get used to the new way of writing code in Ember. Also, many of these teams are likely using limited resources for their migration efforts. We're all trying to deliver features, and we can't afford to just make the entire team stop what they're doing, spend a bunch of time on migrating, and then not make any progress on our own deliverables. So we want to design a migration path that allows us to move forward incrementally with limited resources. Additionally, something that's very important for any sort of migration or refactoring is not to introduce too many logical changes into how your code executes. And that's something that Octane does very well, because a lot of the changes introduced in Octane are just AST changes. It's improved syntax. It's streamlining the way that we write the code without fundamentally changing the way that you think about building Ember applications. And that's important because that allows your teams to adopt these new patterns and stay productive the entire time. Because at the end of the day, when you're thinking about how to architect something in Ember, that's not going to change significantly. You're just going to be doing it in a way that is more lightweight and streamlined and easier to understand. So how do we break this down for a piecemeal migration? Well, the first thing that we had to ask ourselves was, when are these Octane features available? So many features were introduced over time throughout the 3.x series. Most of them are polyfilled and stable back to Ember 3.8, and all of the features were finally available in Ember 3.15. This is important to note because add-on authors may be trying to support older versions of Ember, but at the same time, they want to upgrade to Ember Octane and be using all of these nice new features. Well, because there are polyfills that support these features back to older versions of Ember, add-on authors can actually start updating to Octane today, even if the apps that are consuming them aren't on Ember 3.15 yet. Now, for us, we started about 6 months ago. At that time, I want to say Ember 3.12 was the latest in Ember, and we had to figure out what it was that we were going to do in order to get to the Octane standard. So we decided that, coming from Ember 3.5 at the time, we were going to upgrade to Ember 3.8 and take the approach of trying to adopt polyfills so that we could get features sooner, and then that would allow us to start using these features in our production code as we were finishing the rest of the migration to Ember 3.16, which would be out by then, and getting all of our components converted to Glimmer and so on. So that was a decent plan. However, things have changed a little bit since we initially created that plan. So I want to talk to you all about what we would recommend now if you're starting an Octane migration today. And I'm going to break that down for you into about 4 phases that allow you to cohesively accomplish a particular goal and then start working on the next phase of the migration while you reap the benefits of those changes. So the first thing that you can do is upgrade to Ember 3.16. It's the latest LTS. There's no polyfills needed. And because it's an LTS, that means that you're going to have long-term support from the Ember community for security fixes and bug fixes and that sort of thing, even while you're continuing to go through your migration steps. So the next thing you want to do is enable Octane features. Now, most of these are, all of these really are opt-in when you're ready. So you don't necessarily have to adopt them all at once. However, if you do adopt all of them, that's what the Ember guides have been written for in Octane. And so that's where we're guaranteeing the best possible experience with the way Octane has been designed to work together. A few of the features that you're going to be looking into at this stage are disabling the implicit application wrapper that went around classic Ember applications, enabling template-only Glimmer components, enabling async observers, and installing the packages for Glimmer components and Glimmer tracking. Now, for those of you who are using Ember CLI Update, the blueprints for new Ember apps actually include all of these changes. And so running Ember CLI Update as your path to get your application to the latest version of Ember will also add these changes in for you as part of the process. Now, the next phase here is running code mods. Now, while you're doing these code mods, keep in mind that you've already enabled a bunch of Octane features. So your team can already be using these features for new code, even while you're code modding your existing code. And that's very important because it allows you to start building new features in Octane without having to go ahead and worry about creating new tech debt from the features that you're delivering in the middle of the migration. So there are a lot of great code mods out there provided by the Ember community, most of which can be found in the Ember Code Mods organization on GitHub. There are 5 that are important to call out here as part of your Octane migration, however. Component template collocation, angle bracket syntax, no implicit this, which is a code mod for named arguments, ES5 getters, and native classes. So all of these are important new features that have changed about the way that we write and organize our Ember code, and you can automatically update your existing code to use these patterns via these code mods. So once you've completed phase 2, you've now gotten to the point where most of the syntactical changes to your code have taken place. The stuff that is fairly easy to just one-to-one translate via an automated code mod. And at this point, your team is already able to use all of the Octane features for any new code. So now you need to start thinking about how do we rewrite some of our classic Ember classes in order to adopt some of the new fundamental changes in how we write Octane code, such as Glimmer. So we're going to start removing classic patterns from our code. And remember, throughout all of this, you're still being productive, but your migration is going to go back through your existing code and just take care of a little bit of cleanup here and there. Now, there's an @classic decorator that gets automatically added by the native class code mod to help ease this migration. Now, this decorator essentially tells the linter to allow or disallow certain classic methods, such as get, set, get properties, set properties, toggle property, increment property, and it also enforces the use of a init over constructor for superclasses. So this decorator essentially allows you to keep using the classic way of defining our classes and interacting with them. And what you're going to want to do is go through and progressively convert all of these @classic decorators into modern native classes, and anything that you've built yourself that uses Ember Object as a base class, you're going to want to update that to use native classes and constructors. The next thing you're going to do is remove any other classic Ember patterns that you might have, such as observers, event listeners, and mix-ins. These, for the most part, are patterns that have been in decline in Ember for a while, but in Octane, we don't use them at all. So this is an opportunity to rethink the way that you interact with that functionality and write it in ways that fit within the Octane ecosystem. The third thing that you're going to want to do here is take care of your template-only components. Now, when you turned on the template-only Glimmer components, that actually runs a code mod in the background that creates a backing class for any of your existing template-only classic components. So anywhere you had just a .hbs file without a paired JavaScript file for a component, the feature enabling will actually take care of creating just an empty JavaScript class for you. And this is important because that means that from now on, any solo templates that you have in your components folder are actually Glimmer components. And that keeps the framework from getting confused between what is a classic template-only component and what is a Glimmer template-only component. So in order to get rid of these classic template-only components, you're going to want to remove that backing class and then remove state mutations from helpers like mute. And you're going to want to remove any two-way binding that you're relying on in your templates. Now, this is a great way to really get started with using Glimmer components because template-only components are the easiest to understand in terms of going from classic to Glimmer, because there's not a huge shift in the way we think about templating, and there's not a huge shift in the syntax other than moving to angle bracket syntax, which you will have already done with your code mods. So once we've gone through all of that, you're going to be at a point where you're ready to start writing your components and classes in Glimmer. So Glimmer is great because it's going to provide you a lighter, more streamlined experience for your component interfaces. For example, there are something like 23 lifecycle hooks in classic Ember components today. And in Glimmer, there are only, I believe, 2. So it's a lot easier to understand how the lifecycle of a component flows in Glimmer compared to the way we had designed classic Ember components. So as you're bringing your old code up to your new standards, the first thing you want to do is do some preliminary component refactors. Any classic components that you have, you're going to want to migrate them to an empty tag name. Now, most of you know that classic Ember components allow you to define a tag name that sets the type of the wrapping element of Ember components. This element is not shown in your component template, but it does get rendered to the DOM, which can be kind of confusing for people who haven't been using Ember for a while. So Glimmer gets away from this entirely by allowing you to just render what you need in the template. So by migrating your classic components to an empty tag name, moving all class name and attribute bindings into a new root element that wraps your template, and then migrating methods like click and moving any DOM manipulation to modifiers, you can eliminate any of that magic binding to this mythical wrapping element that you had before. So the other thing that you're going to want to do here is migrate action to on and FN modifiers, which are 2 new modifiers provided within Octane that give you a more explicit, descriptive way to handle actions. The final thing that you're going to want to do after this is actually finish your Glimmer conversion. So now that you've prepared your classic components to be converted, you're going to go through and start converting lifecycle hooks from classic to Glimmer and convert your computed properties and .set calls to use tracked properties. You're also going to want to do this in your non-components such as routes, models, controllers, etc. by finding any computed properties you have in there and converting them to track properties as well. At this point, you're done. You've gone through and you have adopted this lighter, more ergonomic component interface, and you have streamlined the way that you write your Ember applications. So at this point, you've adopted all of the modern Ember features, and throughout this entire process, your team has already been building new code in Octane. And that's how we create this migration in a way that allows you to assign limited resources to that project without significantly impacting your team's productivity. So let's talk about the next steps here. If you want to start an Octane migration today, what does that actually look like? Well, I've put together a bunch of resources here today for tackling it yourself. The first thing I'm going to recommend here is that everyone who is interested in migrating to Octane should join the Topic Octane Migration channel in the community Discord. That's a great place to raise questions and ask people about how they're going about this process. I also recommend checking out the new redesigned Octane guides, which replace the classic Ember guides. A lot of work has been done by the learning team to make these very easy to understand and to really help people dive right into Octane from the very beginning. Now, this talk roughly follows the recommended Octane migration guide in the Ember Atlas. So I recommend looking at that resource to get a more in-depth look into each of the individual steps that I've talked about today. There's also a great classic versus Octane cheat sheet that allows you to get a side-by-side comparison of what a particular syntax looks like in classic Ember versus Octane. And that's very useful because you can very quickly say, okay, I want to do something. Here's how I would do it in classic Ember, and then it'll show you how to do it in Octane. If you want to learn more about some of the new features in Octane, such as Glimmer or track properties or modifiers, I recommend checking out one of the many blog posts that have been written about Octane over the last year. In particular, Chris Garrett has a series called Coming Soon in Ember Octane that he wrote last year that dives into many of these topics in depth and really helps you understand what's great about these features, why they're important to Octane, and how you use them. And finally, as I mentioned before, definitely check out the Ember Code Mods organization on GitHub, because that's where you're going to find nearly all of the code mods that are going to help you as part of your Octane migration. So there are a few key callouts I want to finish on here. The first thing you're going to want to do is upgrade to Ember 3.16. It's the LTS. It's going to give you the longest term stability of staying on a single version of Ember while you're going through this migration. Secondly, you're going to want to Octaneify your code. So opt into the features that you want and let those code mods start migrating while you're already able to use Octane features today in new code. That's super, super important for keeping your team productive. So the one thing I want to leave you with here is that logically you're building the same Ember app. So it may seem daunting, but at the end of the day, when you think about how you're putting together components and routes and services and how everything interacts together, it is the same fundamental concepts that you have in Classic Ember in Octane. But at the same time, you're gaining a lot of benefits of the way that Octane has streamlined the way that you write your code. So you're going to learn a lot about this throughout the rest of EmberConf, and hopefully now you have the tools to actually know how to tackle this migration. That's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, my name is Jordan Hawker. You can find me on Twitter or GitHub. And if you'd like to check out a copy of the slides, you can go to jhawk.co/EmberConf20. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your conference, everyone.
Tell me all about it.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me.
The virus is really tiny and goes in cells. And the yellow light shines and the antibodies go to wake it up.
Which virus are people worried about right now?
The one that has red and blue spiders.
What's it called?
It's called virus.
Which virus?
It's the virus that goes in any cell.
It goes in all your cells?
Yeah.
Yeah, but does it have a name like something?
Coronavirus.
Coronavirus. So tell me what happens if I get some coronavirus in my body.
Then you will get cells.
I already have cells. I'm made of cells.
What are the cells going to do?
No, the antibodies go in your body. Antibodies go in your body if you have viruses, Mommy, and go track down the virus.
What do they do when they catch the virus?
They lick it up. They lick the virus.
Why?
Because they lick the virus because they don't want in many more cells. That's why they lick it.
What do the cells
Interesting.
say?
They say, hey, this isn't allowed to be in your body. This is a virus.
And they tell all the other cells what?
But the cells help make that.
They say, in case you see the virus, don't let
it in. I don't know to tell more about the virus.
Hi, I'm really glad to get to present to EmberConf in spite of the circumstance of not getting to actually be there. Still really glad that the show has gone on. I'm Nicole Sullivan. I am Chrome's PM for Frameworks, and I'm here to talk a little bit about Chrome and Frameworks collaborating. Now, this was always going to be a talk about collaboration, but with everything going on in the world right now, I didn't feel right to talk about collaboration between Chrome and frameworks without pulling in the larger context. Now, I want to give you a content warning. I am going to talk about COVID-19 a little bit, so if that's not something you want to hear about, you probably want to turn off the video. Difficult times call us to pull together even more. For example, in China, they built a hospital in 10 days to accommodate folks with coronavirus. Let's see them do it. I find it incredible the number of cranes they have operating all at the same time. I, in a former life, was a carpenter, but I was never on a job site with more than one crane. You can see it looks like they're also building the pods that it's made of off-site, so that they aren't taking up space there to build the pods as well. It's very, very efficient way to build. Very smart. And obviously, they're keeping the job site going day and night. It's an incredible amount of activity happening, and how relatively coordinated it is. The roof tiles are pretty interesting as well. As a former carpenter, really impressed. I was never that good. So another example of collaboration is the Wuhan medical workers who work tirelessly to heal their patients. This is the medical staff celebrating the closing of one of the temporary hospitals. Recently, China reported just 11 new cases, and so they don't need temporary hospitals anymore. One thing I think is that we need to heal our institutions if we're going to face the challenges in front of us. This applies to the web as well as to the world. Now, those things that I showed you are big things. Building a hospital in 10 days is enormous, but I've also seen a lot of small kindnesses too. There are so many beautiful things that people have done. I tweeted this yesterday. Is it just me, or are people being decidedly kinder to each other right now? I believe healing begins with kindness, and the virus calls on us to be more collaborative, more caring, and to look out for one another. Chris Martin of Coldplay said it feels like right after 9/11, there's some kind of solidarity. He did an Instagram concert for fans stuck at home due to the crisis. I'll let Laura Benanti, a Broadway actress with 5 Tony nominations, speak for herself about the kindness that she did in her own words.
Well, this is all insane. Very few people are at work. Most of my stuff is getting canceled because I'm in the business of being around a lot of people, as most of us are. And this may seem silly, but I know that a lot of high schools were going to have their musicals, and those musicals got canceled. And that is a bummer, because I know for so many of us, I know for me, my High School Musical was like a lifesaver. So if you would like to sing a song that you are not going to get to sing now and tag me, I want to see you. I want to hear it. Stay safe, everybody.
So that's her reaching out to high school students who missed out on their opportunity to participate in their High School Musical. Another person, Max Barnett, who is an Oakland author right near me, realized how hard it is for parents to work whose kids are out of school basically indefinitely, and he decided to do something about it. Every day at 12 p.m., he's reading one of his books. Oliver Jeffers offered to read one book a day until it's safe to go outside, and this is an example of his beautiful illustrations, as well as this other illustration that he did, reminding us that when it comes to a virus, we're all only as safe as the least among us. He's right. Now more than ever, we should think we and not me. Another artist, Wendy McNaughton, who does these incredible illustrations and infographics, is offering up drawing lessons to kids. And I'd like to put out there that Yehuda and Lee are recording all these talks and putting on a virtual conference. It means an awful lot that you and the rest of the team would work this hard. So this spirit of collaboration is something the web platform needs too. And so I'd like to look at what's happening there and pull it back into what we can make of it in the web platform. Sometimes I wake up and my Twitter notifications are through the roof. And like so many that they put the little plus icon in there and stop counting. And I feel nervous. Did I tweet something? Did I tweet a mistake the night before? Did I tweet something impulsive that I shouldn't have? Or has the world blown up again around web components and frameworks? I just can't with all that. I completely understand why people get angry, but Twitter wars about web components never go anywhere, except they go on and on and on for days. Let's just start by recognizing that frameworks are part of the web platform. If you're using a framework, you are using the web platform. And we really want your feedback. This hasn't always been the case, that there were many avenues to give feedback, but we're really interested in it now. If there's anything you hear about happening on the web platform and you want to figure out how to get involved, feel free to contact me. Stubbornella is my Twitter handle, and it is actually the best way to get a hold of me if you want a quick response. So please don't hesitate to reach out. So Chrome has changed. Working with frameworks like Ember is now a core Blink and web platform objective. It's in our yearly goals. We succeed if you succeed. We also hired a frameworks PM, that's me. We added feedback from framework authors to our release process as one of the steps that our engineers need to follow. Very senior Blink engineers are reaching out to the community, and we have several teams dedicated to working with frameworks now. For many years, Chrome tried to build a framework around web components. When I started working in the space, we had the realization that having a framework under the Chrome umbrella meant that we were competing with our best partners. So what did we stop doing? Polymer was sunsetted before I joined. We recognized that our effort in that area never really saw significant adoption and didn't really meet the performance goals that we'd had in mind. So it was time to make a change. But what do we do next? I reached out to a few framework authors before I started and asked for them for their wish list for the web platform. And this seemed like a pretty good place to start because we got lots of good feedback there. We started collaborating with the React team, hoping that it could spur innovation that the whole ecosystem could benefit from. We can put resources into figuring out the most efficient ways for frameworks to do certain things that they need to do, and then other frameworks can learn from that and figure out how it should work in their world. We started having weekly meetings, and we had some offsites together to design a scheduler. It's been pretty fascinating to watch cross-team collaboration actually happen. So now we collaborate to make the web awesome, and we recognize that this is actually what you wanted the entire time. This couldn't have happened without framework authors' generosity and being willing to give second chances and a new start, so I'm personally very grateful. Thank you, Yehuda. I know it was hard at first. So if there's anything I brought to Chrome, it was the understanding that frameworks and the web platform are two halves of the same whole. When we work together, outcomes for both developers and users are significantly better. We're really excited about continuing to collaborate with frameworks, particularly around performance. So one honest piece is that performance outcomes are actually not great for everyone. They're great on my iPhone, but they're not amazing on a lesser phone in a bad network or flaky network. particularly in emerging markets, and that's something we care about because that's where the web needs to grow. Now, I want to put to rest the idea that one framework is that much faster or significantly better than any other framework. I'm not going to tell you which one's which in this chart, but you can see that there's not a huge difference in performance between them. As well, you'll notice they all have a pretty big difference between their time when they show pixels, which is the two blue lines roughly, and the time to interactive, which is when the user can actually click on and interact with things. So yeah, I think that the sort of framework wars back and forth don't actually make a lot of sense. There isn't a huge difference in performance here. And to get these numbers, we did a survey of over 4 million domains. And so we wanted to make sure that it wasn't a benchmark or something that could be inaccurate or overemphasize something that is not as important. So I'd like to propose a shared goal between framework authors, application authors, and browsers. Users want amazing features and great performance. We will make it so. The community is already building amazing features, so I'm going to focus on performance. I honestly think that building amazing features is part of the reason why people choose a framework in the first place. It allows them to get up to speed quicker, to release features quicker, and to be able to release more sophisticated features because they're not spending all of their time on underlying code. And let's be clear, frameworks sometimes make web apps slower, but they're also our best hope to make them faster. Why do I say that? Standardizing things is actually fairly difficult. You have to have a lot of consensus, you have to make sure it's going to work in every single browser. Sometimes we can't get to the end state of the API of our dreams in the browser itself. But frameworks, generally speaking, have more flexibility in regard to that and can take advantage of a lower level API we built and then build something on top of it that makes it easier for their users to consume within the paradigms that they're already used to thinking about. So let's just stop and look at what do users want in the first place. The first thing they want is to see pixels fast. The next thing they want is for the page to be interactive fast. And the third thing they want is it to be fast to get to the next route once their page is already loaded or whenever they're ready to go there. For pixels, we're kind of doing okay. A combination of server-side rendering or statically generated pages does an okay job here. It can be complicated to do well if the page is very complex or if data backends are slow. We also probably don't want to fetch all of the data in order to be able to put any of the page in front of the user. That's something we'd like to disconnect. I believe in the Ember world, that's the thing to check out is fast boot. So paradoxically, when we show pixels quicker, the longer the page looks ready, but isn't actually interactive yet. Rage clicks are something that happen when users click over and over and over again in frustration, waiting for JavaScript to do its thing. One of the fundamental goals of the browser is to handle user input instantaneously. So the page needs to be ready, at least the parts that the user is going to interact with. Let's compare a single page app on the top and a multi-page app on the bottom. The rectangles represent the load time of an individual view, page, route, something like that. Obviously the sizes are completely made up. It's just to present a point and propose an understanding. So you can see that there's a UX trade-off being made between the initial and subsequent loads. The single page app has a slower initial load and then very fast subsequent page loads. The multi-page app has a somewhat faster initial load and then they see that sort of first impression experience, and then the subsequent pages are still pretty long. So we have some pretty good perf measurements for the first page load that tell us the time to pixels on the screen and interactivity. but we really don't have very good single page app metrics for hydration time and transition timing. So what that means is that you've been grappling with UX trade-offs that our metrics don't capture. I also think we're asking too much of application developers. When you're working on an application, you have a day job building features. I think what I see is application developers care a lot about things like accessibility and performance and semantics, but often aren't particularly a lot of time to work on them. And the trade-offs in complexity are actually pretty hard to navigate. How do you make your application code yield every few milliseconds within the context of a framework that doesn't have that feature or it isn't turned on yet? That's pretty hard to do. And so I actually think that this presents an exciting opportunity for frameworks and the web platform to collaborate. We both want application authors to be successful out of the box. And there are things that are easier done in a framework, and then there are other things that are easier done in the browser. And when we work together to define the line between the two, application developers win. So let's talk about Ember specifically for a moment. I want to level with you a lot what I'll talk about. Ember already has done. But because of the differences in how people define a framework, most folks weren't thinking about it that way. I'll give you an example. On the left here, I have UI frameworks. Their main job is updating the view and making sure the view reflects the model and the data that you have available. On the right, I have SDKs like Next.js, Nuxt, Gatsby. And those are more responsible for the server-client integration and the lifecycle of an application. Honestly, they're responsible for a lot more of the performance piece of the puzzle than the UI frameworks are. But then what do we do about Angular and Ember? Because they actually kind of fall into both camps. They're a UI framework and library. They definitely take care of updates to the view. And they're also an SDK. Or a CLI that does similar things, basically setting up routes and doing that server-client integration. So that makes it a little more complicated to compare these against each other in a meaningful way. So given the complexity there, why should Chrome invest in the framework ecosystem? Why should we spend time improving these tools? To take a look at this, let's look at some data. First, from an MDN survey. They did a survey of developers and designers. It reached almost 30,000 people who responded to it. And we found that 72% of developers use React, Angular, or Vue. So that's huge. It's clear that developers are choosing to use frameworks. More than 12% of time spent on Chrome are on pages that use a JavaScript framework. Again, 12% may not seem huge, but it really is an enormous leverage point. In the top 100 URLs by time spent, if we look at React, Vue, and Angular, we see that 30% of users' time is spent in applications that use those frameworks. What the difference between time spent and page loads shows us is that, well, for one, the frameworks are more likely to be single-page apps, but also users are spending more of their time, and so the applications that are using frameworks are more important to the user's day. Once you had internal Google frameworks, Bootstrap, Backbone, and some other things, it grows to 41%. And then if you add jQuery, it grows all the way to 73%. Now you can argue whether jQuery should be included in the framework bucket because it is a little bit different, but it's worth looking at the data. So what is Chrome doing to help? We're collaborating on answers to many questions. We're researching lots of things. We're testing it with partners. We're making sure that everything we're doing works in production before we ever recommend it to anyone else. So some of what we're working on right now, each thing is in different stages, is loading code and data, scheduling important tasks, contributing metrics that properly capture hydration time and single-page app transitions. For the moment, we've contributed that to Next.js. We're going to get a bunch of data back about what we see there and verify that those metrics actually make sense and will work in a broader context. Ember has these sort of metrics built in, so again, really lucky to be working on a framework that has had this sort of thoughtfulness around performance. We're also looking at routing. That is in a much earlier stage. We're excited about Mozilla's shared libraries, the idea that if everyone is using Moment.js, why do we need to have multiple copies of it? Could everybody not share one copy of Moment.js, since it is used so ubiquitously, it wouldn't really give away any user data. We're also interested in conformance tests, so devs know when they make a mistake. We feel like the code review is too far out to figure out that you made a mistake in building the application. So we want to add conformance tests that catch common errors, like you're blocking and loading your CSS too late, and so the page is just staying blank and it's pushing out your largest contentful paint, that kind of thing. We've also done a bunch of improvements to bundle size that we're pretty excited about, that shipped in Next.js and are actually Webpack improvements, and so they're getting sucked in by Gatsby as well. And I've heard a little bit from Yehuda that he's excited about this stuff, and that he might consider having your underlying tools use Webpack so that you can also take advantage of those same heuristics. And then we're also collaborating with Microsoft to bring form controls from 1999 to 2020. So frameworks are bringing the power of tools of companies like Netflix, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Google to the open web. We want those solutions to work for everybody. But that's very complicated to do because open source tooling is fairly complicated. Our goal is to prove that it can work in Next.js and React and share what we learn with the entire ecosystem of frameworks. We also learn from each of the frameworks, which each one has its specialty, the thing that it's best at, and we've been able to take in a lot of information about what frameworks have tried already and where we might go next. We also see that y'all copy from each other, and I think that's great. That's the kind of collaboration and inspiration that will make us all take a step change improvement in the user's experience of the web. So the web is essential for so many things, including the kind of sharing that allows people to take what they want, what they do well, and share it with people around the world in a time of crisis. So I grew up in a tiny, back then, very isolated community on the Maine coast. It's a little island and you had to drive 45 minutes to get to a traffic light. It's a rugged community that deeply cares about each other and understands that it's thanks to both our independence and our interdependence that we thrive. I remember at some point I realized I had read all the books in the library that interested me. There were no more. I think a lot about what it would have meant to me as a child to have all the world's information available to me. Because of the internet, the island is no longer isolated. I watch the local basketball games online. I find out who won the lobster boat races from the local paper, and I stay close to my sister in spite of the distance. I haven't been back in years, but it doesn't seem all that far away. The web is an incredible equalizer when, for the price of a phone plan, someone can discover that they're not the only queer kid. Be inspired by beautiful art, even if they never set foot in a plane. Or educate themselves, even if the library doesn't have any more books. So when I try to do what's right for the web platform, part of me is doing it for that girl standing in the library, hoping to find another book. the thing that we're making here, it matters. It's really important, and browsers can't do it alone. We need to walk shoulder to shoulder with frameworks, tools, SDKs, application authors. The web needs to be fast to be healthy, and together we can make it so. So, I encourage you, when you turn off the video, to think about what you uniquely bring to both the web platform and the COVID-19 crisis. Try to think about three things. The first is someone to listen to, the second is something to learn, and the third is something to give. And whatever you do, please stay inside and safe. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, it's me again. If you're still here, you've made it all the way through. So thank you to the several hundred of you who have done that. Turns out that's a lot of sitting in one place. So I hope you took advantage of all your breaks and took a stretch. I have a couple of things that I want to say. Before I do, the companion app has been fabulous. I really enjoyed getting to hear from all of you throughout the day and see you and see your little emojis flying by. As one final push in the app, post a photo of yourself waving goodbye so we can all have a fun send-off. And also in the app, you should now see a Forms tab that was not there before, and in there you will find your post-conference survey. Please take the time to fill it out now before you leave. A, because you probably won't ever remember to come back, and B, because it won't be available anymore once we turn the app off. But there's been a ton of stuff said in Discord, and I caught a lot of it, but I didn't catch all of it. So if you have thoughts, if you have ideas, if you have messages that you'd like us to send to specific speakers for you, any and all, type it in, and we will go through each and every bit of it and do our very best. Now, there's more content. Not for now, but there's more content. So for those of you who were going to join us in person and who have in the past, you know that we also usually have something on Monday called BonusConf. And that serves a couple of purposes. Number one is just like a smaller track first day to sort of ease some people into it. Number two is so much great content comes in the CFP that we can't possibly fit it all in. And number three is we have backup talks waiting and ready to go should something happen to someone in the main track. We have a bunch of those, and nothing happened to anyone in the main track. Yay! And everybody made the new, suddenly, hurry deadline for recording. So we did sneak a couple of them in today and yesterday, just because we didn't need as many breaks as in person. But we have 3 more talks that are going to be awesome and excellent. So for the next 3 work days, so Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, at 9 a.m., we're going to be live premiering 1 talk each day. They're just about 20 minutes to a half an hour, 9 a.m. Pacific. So good for most, terrible if you're in Australia, sorry. And hopefully those videos can help kickstart your day with a little bit of Ember content and help you bring some of the wonderful feels of yesterday and today with you as we all move forward into this trying time. I feel a little bit like it's an award show, like I have a lot of people that I want to thank, but I want to do it anyway, even though it's silly. First and foremost is our MC, Julia. You had the pleasure of seeing her on video several times throughout the conference, but you probably didn't see that she was helping turn so many of the cranks behind the scenes, including work ahead of the conference, before we knew it was virtual, ahead of the conference, once we did know, and during the conference. She did a lot of Discord moderation. She shared introductory jokes and tidbits in each channel about our speakers. She managed all of the polling. She made sure that during every single talk, the slides popped up and the transcripts popped up in the app, and a ton of stuff that frankly, I was having nightmares thinking about having to do it all on my own. So she really saved the day. Also, she's fabulous, and assuming there is an in-person EmberConf next year, she has to come back and do it again. Julia, I have now committed you in front of hundreds of people on the whole internet because that's how awesome you were. I also want to thank Cindy and the crew over at Confreaks who totally pivoted last minute with us to help us pre-process all the videos for this amazing online conference. The night before the show, Cindy was in my office until 3 or 4 a.m. working. And then she was here before me the next morning and here before me this morning. And if you need anybody to help you with any video work or conference work, call Cindy. She's the best. Our sponsors, they're all wonderful. Most of them you've seen on logo slides. You've seen some of their pitch videos. You heard about them. They're on our website. I want to especially shout out to our top sponsors, LinkedIn, Nurex, and Intercom, for being incredibly supportive throughout this pivot and for being incredibly supportive for signing on to our sponsorship altogether and to supporting our community. Yehuda, Godfrey, and my whole crew over at Tilda for helping with a whole bunch of stuff, including reviewing pre-conference emails, reviewing talks, and doing like dry runs with all the speakers, editing content, and then also just tolerating the chaos of our office right now, which FYI is completely overrun with packed swag bags waiting for us to come in tomorrow morning and start shipping them out. So that's a reminder, by the way, that if you haven't filled out your swag survey, Friday morning is going to be the final time for that because they're all going out and then the office is shutting down. And our wonderful speakers, you know they're wonderful because you saw their talks, but you should also know that behind the scenes in the last week or two when we approached each of them with a panicked last minute, oh my gosh, can you do this? Here's a plan. They were all so great and so fantastic, and some of them re-recorded their talks a couple of times, even though I was like, hey, this is great, and they're like, no, I want it to be even better. They worked really, really hard and did something that is awkward and kind of difficult, like sitting in your living room and delivering a talk to nobody is really strange. And some of them even had like jokes with like timed punchlines, and it was great. So I really appreciate them. And Kayla over at Music Together, Eileen over at Kid Time Storytime. If you have visited the EmberConf webpage at all, the homepage during this broadcast, you may have seen this, and if not, go check it out if you're willing. There's a bar at the top of it. We have an open collective just for money for our speakers. We normally cover all their expenses and give them an honorarium, and or I should say we cover a certain amount for expenses and then we try to fill in the rest. And up until this year, every single year in the past, we have been able to fill in pretty much 100% of speakers' expenses. This year, obviously, everything's going to be a little tighter. As you know, last minute, everything's already paid for, as we said. And so funds are going to be tight, but I really don't want to stiff any of our speakers or our vendors or anything like that. And this fund is just exclusively for speakers. So you can think about it as a nice thing. You can think about it as a tip, whatever you want. If you feel like giving, please do. Take that with you as you go out into the world as well. Small businesses, as I've said a couple times during the broadcast, are suffering right now. Many of them have had to shut down, especially places that have hourly workers or folks without insurance or people who just suddenly had to lay everybody off. Just a few hours ago, we heard about Powell's, which is all just crazy. Think about your dollars when you spend them. And if there's a local place that you can spend your money, even more so than normal, try and do it and try to keep our communities running and healthy and insured, and ensure that nobody goes hungry. Lastly, we've always talked about the fact that our community is one of our strengths. It's something that we've focused on the whole time. We've worked on a lot. And I think today and yesterday and the week leading up to this conference, like really, really showed it off. I was terrified getting to this point because I was really, really sad and scared to disappoint you all. And I can't tell you how many people reached out to me on a DM just to be like, hey, you got this is going well, or I see how hard you're working, thanks so much. I was scared about a bunch of angry people saying like, where's my show, where's my money, what do I do? And instead, for the most part, I got an outpouring of love and support. And so I know I see how wonderful you all are in the last few days. And also I think this live stream is just amazing. So many wonderful speakers, so much amazing community in Discord, in the app. Let's use the talks that we release in the next 3 days to continue pushing a lot of that forward. And let's think about what we could do now that we're all stuck at home to feel that community and really show everybody else the thing that we've already known all along about Ember, which is that one of our core strengths is our community and our togetherness. So I think Yehuda wants to say a few closing words, but thank you all, and I'm gonna go sleep for a year. Bye.
So one of my favorite things about attending an EmberConf is that I always leave with a million ideas of what to do in my own apps, my own code, things like that. And this year really didn't disappoint on that front. There's things like the CSS grid talk, checking out Empress, all kinds of really cool stuff that I'm personally excited about. And so I would really encourage everybody in probably a few months that are going to be pretty rough. I know I'm always looking for something to do. This conference gave me something to do, which is great. After leaving this conference, I think finding things to do where you feel you have some agency in what's going on is important. And so I think I would suggest thinking about something that you learned from this conference that makes you excited, and then wake up tomorrow morning and just do it. Try to do it. The community is, like Leah said, the community is around. I think everyone will be excited to help each other out in the next few weeks, next few months, and forever. So if you're excited about trying out Empress, I can guarantee you that there will be people in the Discord that will be excited to help you try out Empress. If you're excited about CSS Grid, I think you're not going to be alone. So definitely do that. And like Leah said, our community is something that I've always been incredibly proud of, and it never shows as much, or it shows so much more in a moment where it really matters. And this moment really matters, and I'm so proud of everybody for really pulling together and being an amazing community. Thank you very much, and I will see you all online. Thank you.